169. 170. Fearmongers but of mainstream scientists, environmentalists, and government officials across the globe. Extreme warnings were issued by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which in mid-2007 had released 2 of 4 reports based on the work of 2,500 scientists from around the world. 41. The UN panel urged immediate and far-reaching action that was supported by more than 100 nations, but, alas, the US was not one of those nations. Proposals included charging polluters up to $100 for each ton generated, along with taxation policies and investment in alternative technologies. Without such countermeasures, the crisis would move along like a runaway train. The reports concluded that agriculture could be decimated across large regions, leading to drastic food shortages while plunging the world into deep economic depression. Many scientists contributing to the research mentioned that, hard-hitting as it was, some of its conclusions and recommendations were watered down by a few governments anxious to forestall immediate action. Thus John Walsh, a University of Alaska scientist, commented that the science got hijacked by the political bureaucrats at the last minute. 42. Predictably, it was American delegates who worked most diligently to soften the reports, President Bush stating that the U.S. will not be stampeded into action by warnings of doom. This was just one moment of obstructionism coming from the world's largest contributor to greenhouse gases. Outside corporate boardrooms and right-wing think tanks, the idea that global warming needs to be fought with immediate, radical, and worldwide responses has become nearly universal. The broad picture is no longer a matter of debate. International efforts have mounted over the past 2 decades, beginning with furtive attempts at reforms during the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro and evolving further with the 1997 Kyoto Protocol, the first treaty based on binding limits to industrial pollutants. Regarded as a breakthrough of sorts, Kyoto demanded only the most limited reforms. After 3 years of negotiations, the agreement called on leading economic powers to reduce fossil fuel use by 2012 to 1990 levels, a target many thought realizable by means of technological innovation alone. Kyoto did point toward the long-term need for a fundamental shift in modes of production and consumption, especially for the most affluent nations, but this remained a non-binding prescription. Later efforts to revisit the Kyoto Protocol have not. 170. 171. Produce significant forward steps even as scientific warnings grow louder each year. The struggles of many political leaders, NGOs, lobbies, and grassroots movements, along with the UN, to forge new international action priorities have met with obstructionism, much of it emanating from Washington as well as other major contributors to the crisis, including Russia, India, and China. The US was obstinate on the issue of global warming from the start, and today remains the biggest obstacle to establishing a viable action regimen, on 2 levels: denial of the problem itself, and resistance to binding measures for capping emissions. With Presidents Clinton and Bush the stance was roughly the same: any forced reduction of fossil fuel use would severely damage the American economy, retard growth, and generate tremendous job loss. U.S. politicians were fearful of altering a system of production and consumption that sustained lifestyles highly addicted to suburbia, cars, and mall culture. Under Kyoto, it was widely thought, the national economy would ultimately be forced to meet overall higher emissions standards, adopt new green technologies, make vast investments in research and development, shift towards sustainable agriculture, end fossil fuel subsidies, and create more efficient waste management systems, all indeed quite possible for the wealthiest nation on the planet, but obviously far beyond what US government and corporate elites were for the most part willing to consider. Predictions of imminent global disaster made scarcely a dent in this fanatically capitalist worldview. The Bush administration rejected not only Kyoto but the idea of mandatory regulations, dismissing the science as bogus and turning its back on years of international negotiations to forge a global warming treaty. In this case, however, U.S. exceptionalism has been driven less by military than by corporate interests dedicated to growth and profits. As Sands writes in Lawless World, the decision was seen as an arrogant step aimed at refashioning the global order, putting American lifestyles above foreign lives, American economic well-being above all other interests, and manifesting a refusal to be constrained by new international rules. 43 Even before the unsettling UN report surfaced, and with Kyoto basically languishing because of weak, uneven participation, delegates gathered in December 2005 for a climate change conference in Montreal, hoping for a strengthened treaty. With new predictions of ecological disaster, the mood was set for 171. 172. Agreement on binding emission caps and stiffer levies on industrial pollution exceeding those caps. More than 150 nations were ready to subscribe to these broad guidelines, with even previously reluctant China and India willing to compromise for a UN treaty possibly more far-reaching than Kyoto. But the US again held out, standing virtually alone in opposition to the international consensus, rejecting mandatory controls it claimed would harm the American economy and possibly send the global system into a downward spiral. Denying both the science and politics underpinning the struggle against global warming, the White House refused calls for urgent action as the U.S. negotiator, Harlan Watson, walked out of the proceedings, creating an angry backlash. At that point the Bush administration still held to its view of global warming, indeed any environmental problem, as essentially a false alarm. 44 The Bush approach to ecological crisis transcended mere denial. For years the White House did everything in its power to suppress information, discredit reports, and otherwise alter or manipulate facts it viewed as disconcerting, the very same modus operandi it used during the build-up toward the Iraq War. Scientific findings about the human contribution to climate change were dismissed as politically motivated, even when emanating from the UN. Warnings about the need for drastic action were stonewalled. There were instances of studies conducted by the Environmental Protection Agency and the National Research Council, among others, highly critical of the utility, coal, and oil industries, that were held back for many months and, when released, were often doctored to conform to Bush prejudices. The administration permitted corporate interests to get involved in research projects on the environment, including at the EPA, where many Bush appointees were from fossil fuel backgrounds. Scientists and officials within the administration going along with the international consensus on global warming might have found themselves out of a job. As Robert Kennedy, Jr. wrote, over the past 2 decades industry and conservative think tanks have invested millions of dollars to corrupt science. They distort the truth about tobacco, pesticides, ozone depletion, dioxin, acid rain, and global warming. He added, the Bush administration has so violated and corrupted the institutional culture of government agencies charged with scientific research that it could take a generation for them to recover their integrity. 45. 172. 173. This problem, and with it U.S. refusal to join the fight against global warming, surely went much deeper than a small circle of obstructionist Bush Republicans. Some large corporations, along with their lobbies, think tanks, media outlets, and sympathetic university research teams have also done a remarkable job trying to discredit work linked to climate change. Their main focus was to provide scientific findings showing that the overheating of the Earth is a function of a long natural ecological cycle detached from human economic activity. For them, the international consensus revolves around fear-mongering that, if followed, would destroy the foundations of American efficiency and growth, the idea being that huge energy corporations, many of them lavish contributors to the 2000 and 2004 Bush campaigns, ought to be left alone, unregulated, free to conduct business as usual. Right-wing think tanks like the American Enterprise Institute have advanced this ideological obfuscation, while lobbies of dozens of corporations have fought strenuously for their anti-regulatory agenda. Much lobby and think tank activity has been funded by ExxonMobil, the world's largest oil company and the most aggressive force behind global warming denial. 46 The ExxonMobil-supported groups, recipients of tens of millions of dollars since 2000 alone, have relentlessly attacked global warming research as politicized science, often comparing it to what the Nazis and Soviets did with science in the 1930s and 1940s. They have framed regulatory efforts as a new threat to freedom and democracy and a violation of free market principles. ExxonMobil has contributed not only to think tanks like AEI but to such university research programs as Stanford's Global Climate and Energy Project. An army of lobbyists has received $55 million from the oil giant since 2000. The larger picture is equally grim. Washington lobbying efforts between 2001 and 2005 received roughly $460 million from utilities, $283 million from oil and gas companies, $177 million from auto manufacturers, $56 million from mining firms, and $448 million from agribusiness. 47 Such vast mobilization of corporate resources demonstrates that U.S. business elites are not ready to sacrifice short-term profits even in the face of imminent ecological crisis. The overriding thrust of such lobbying efforts, whether on melting polar ice caps, deforestation, pollution, or species extinction, is that observable ecological changes have little or nothing to do with corporate behavior but instead are a function of natural. 173. 174. Causes. These bogus arguments are picked up and spread across vast networks of lobbyists, media outlets, local organizations, and academic researchers, giving rise to an atmosphere of uncertainty and confusion while sowing doubt in the minds of politicians. The main goal behind the investment of all this fossil fuel largesse has been to undercut calls for action from the scientific community, and it has mostly worked at a time of growing corporate colonization of the American public sphere. 48 Problems with the Kyoto Protocol, to be sure, remain significant, even leaving aside U.S. obstructionism. By mid-2007 only 40 nations had signed the treaty, and the question of what to do about non-subscribers was yet to be resolved. Lesser developed states remained outside the pact, but these included China and India, two large, rapidly growing economies that were already contributing substantially to global warming. No global body has been established to monitor and report on emissions, so that even signatories to Kyoto are essentially on the honor system. Equally problematic, Kyoto has given rise to a carbon trading market whereby enterprises under the limit can distribute credits to the worst polluters. Thus, even should the US enter into a renovated global warming agreement, it can pay billions to purchase carbon credits from other countries while its corporate system moves blithely along the same trajectory. At the June 2007 G8 summit in Germany, Washington made a few concessions to European demands for urgent measures and indicated the US would seriously consider reducing emissions by half before 2050 within a new set of accords intended to include China and India. Still refusing mandatory emissions caps, Bush argued for a voluntary, free market approach presumably compatible with the American growth-oriented neoliberal model. This attempt to have the best of both worlds while relegating pollution reduction goals to the distant future was widely dismissed outside the US as another corporate-driven illusion. The US did finally grudgingly recognize global warming as a real challenge, but slighted that challenge by turning its back on any binding measures. In August 2007 Bush arranged for a summit to further address issues related to climate change, with emphasis on the development of clean technologies and energy conservation. It was clear, however, that U.S. opposition to mandatory curbs on greenhouse gases would be firmly upheld. Meanwhile, the 174. 175. U.S. remained the only G8 nation to refuse the Kyoto Protocol. Whether President Obama, far more committed than Bush to green development as a means of curtailing global warming, can break with the neoliberal model and corporate priorities to effectively face the new challenge and join the global consensus remains to be seen. 175. 6. War Crimes Tribunals, Imperial Justice. By the 1990s, after a full century of treaties, conventions, and tribunals designed to establish legal criteria for governing the military behavior of nations, no truly universal structure for this purpose has yet been created. principles embodied in the various Hague and Geneva protocols, along with the Nuremberg and Tokyo courts set up after World War II, many of which found their way into the United Nations Charter of 1948, have never become internationally binding, legally or politically. The great promise of Nuremberg to hold government and military leaders responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity did not come to fruition. Finally, in 1998, the majority of nations met in Rome to ratify a treaty giving birth to an international criminal court that would allow for effective global jurisprudence. The court would be a professional, independent body charged with bringing leaders and others to justice for assorted war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. In July 2002, the ICC became a reality, confirming long-held hopes of human rights partisans around the world. Unfortunately, however, the US took a fiercely hostile stance toward the court from the outset, first refusing to sign the treaty and then trying to sabotage the body's operations. The US government, first under Clinton and then under Bush, insisted on guarantees that no American officials or military personnel could be brought before the tribunal. Emboldened by an inflated body of academic theoretical justifications, the nation with the only truly global military presence and the one most inclined toward armed intervention wanted total immunity. The Nuremberg precedent and beyond. While efforts to codify and institutionalize global legal norms have been most visible in the last century or so, attempts to theorize the basis of international justice, notably with respect to the conduct of war, go back many centuries. The ideal of a community of interests based in common legal and moral sentiments that could 176. 177 regulate warfare was entertained by the Greeks, some Christian writers, Grotius and Kant, among others, searching for a world in which the power strivings of individuals, groups, and nations might be held in check. The establishment of a system of laws, principles, and procedures was embraced from time to time, though never given concrete realization. The most coherent vision of a legal world order was formulated by the Dutch theorist Hugo Grotius in the wake of the 30 Years' War, but not until the 1890s at The Hague were the first steps towards such a vision put in place. Grotius envisioned something of a coherent, ordered world that would supersede perpetual chaos, anarchy, and bloodshed of the sort emphasized by Thomas Hobbes in his famous account of the state of nature. The problems then as today revolved around the possibility of great states and their leaders subordinating their own hegemonic or imperial aspirations to a Grotian consensus of interests. Surely such international organizations as the League of Nations and the United Nations were thought to embody, in some form, ideals of global justice that would also entail rules of military conduct. Within this broad schema, it was generally assumed that a system of international legality, to be fair and effective, would have to embody strong elements of universality. The UN, of course, was largely a product of World War II and its aftermath, which included the Nuremberg and Tokyo tribunals set up by the victorious Allies to prosecute and punish war crimes committed by the Germans and Japanese. The legacy of Nuremberg has been invoked to legitimate and sustain the idea of a modern tribunal established for the purpose of trying criminals. It was to be the model for subsequent efforts toward binding principles of global jurisprudence. In reality, the International Criminal Tribunal of Nuremberg was established by the US, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, and it was these countries that provided the prosecution and judges for bringing many leading Nazis to justice. There was at the time broad consensus for trying and punishing those presumed guilty of the most heinous war crimes and crimes against humanity. This was accompanied by the dream of a world legal order, making it unlikely such crimes would ever again be committed, that is, making barbarism a thing of the past. Yet by the idealistic standards of global justice embraced by earlier theorists, both Nuremberg and Tokyo could hardly be judged as successful in laying the foundations of a truly universal system. 177. 178. These tribunals were partial and biased ad hoc mechanisms for victors to judge losers, according to a set of ex post facto criteria where most crimes were defined after the fact and, moreover, were prosecuted against just one side in a protracted warfare involving horrendous war crimes on all sides. As prime examples of victor's justice, Nuremberg and Tokyo might be regarded as poor beginnings of a viable international legal framework. While the Nuremberg Tribunal did manage to prosecute and sentence 21 leading Nazis for monstrous crimes, questions remained as to the fairness of the proceedings and, more significantly, as to the legacy that Nuremberg ultimately bequeathed. Several defendants were given the death penalty. The Nazi leadership, defined by the court as a vast and malignant enterprise, was largely discredited and dismantled, in great measure because of proceedings that claimed to embrace a march toward global justice. Yet answers to the above questions, as historian Joseph Persico suggests, do not inspire optimism. One Persico argues that the entire IMT apparatus, despite its benign motivations, lacked legitimacy from the outset given its ad hoc, partial character. No trials at Nuremberg could be fair or independent, by definition. Both German and Japanese leaders were tried and convicted for committing crimes against peace, that is, waging military aggression against nations that had done nothing to provoke warfare. This was considered the supreme crime that led to and framed all the others. Here the Allied powers were clearly innocent of any wrongdoing. In most other areas of military behavior spanning several years, however, differences between the Allied and Axis nations were not such as to justify ad hoc jurisprudence. Massive violations were attributable to all parties involved. Any legitimate tribunal would have put defendants on trial from all sides of the conflict. It could be argued that, for example, wanton attacks on civilian populations were far more widespread on the Allied than on the German or Japanese side. Surely the saturation bombing of major urban centers, not to mention the atomic devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, rank among the most egregious war crimes in history. Yet such crimes, as well as extensive abuse and killing of prisoners of war, were made totally off limits by Allied prosecutors, so that the US, Britain, and the USSR could wind up fully immune to these and other possible charges. As such, it is hardly surprising that Nuremberg has never 178-179 led to any permanent, independent tribunal where war crimes and crimes against humanity might be tried and punished. If the Nuremberg Tribunal lacked legitimacy in this sense, it nonetheless established certain legal principles that might be viewed as compelling precedents for judging and punishing war crimes. The first, as mentioned, was the idea that crimes against peace already codified in the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact should be prosecuted as the supreme crime, with violators responsible for all the mayhem and violence that follows. The second was the precept, still generally regarded as valid, that all individuals, whatever their status or degree of power, must be held legally and morally accountable for their actions, that illegal deeds cannot be justified on grounds of bureaucratic command or following military orders. Such principles were indeed enforced at the time of Nuremberg and have since generally been understood as integral to moral codes of individual behavior within or outside the context of warfare. Whether those principles have had any lasting global impact, however, is yet another story. Sadly, we encounter few post-war instances where the Nuremberg legacy has been applied in legal practice, despite its affirmation in the UN Charter. The historical record since 1945 has been one of repeated and flagrant horrors: wars, civil strife, insurrections, terrorism, etc., marked by few prosecutions for war crimes committed by government and military leaders. The Nuremberg precedent has done nothing to curtail, much less punish, those responsible for escalating levels of global violence. Tens of millions of lives have been lost to warfare and crimes against humanity, yet only rarely have the perpetrators been brought to justice in a court based on universal legal principles. The only judicial proceedings have involved local, ad hoc structures where, once again, victors stood in judgment over the vanquished weaker parties, as in the cases of Yugoslavia and Iraq. In this context, those most culpable of crimes against peace and war crimes above all, the US and its junior partners, have emerged scot-free, able to repeatedly carry out their criminal policies with impunity, subject neither to international law nor to the workings of any ad hoc tribunal. Persico writes, as for crimes against peace, the likelihood of anyone being prosecuted for committing aggression has been even more remote than for committing atrocities. Aggression appears to be in the eye of the beholder. 2. As of the early 21st century, there were no laws or precedents that carry enough weight to supersede the interests and priorities of the world's lone superpower. 179. 180. The issue of war crimes tribunals and related bodies is today more crucial than ever as global violence intensifies and, moreover, the instruments of modern warfare grow ever more barbaric. The need for truly international procedures to try to punish crimes in accordance with the norms of international law cannot be ignored, first as a matter of official truth-seeking and, second, as a means of holding violators accountable for their behavior. Whether this process moves through global or local tribunals, special courts, or truth commissions or some combination of these, its legitimacy will depend on norms of universality where legal procedures are no longer the sole province of dominant nations out to pursue nothing but their geopolitical agendas. A growing international consensus that human rights abuses and military atrocities ought to be legally, politically, and morally addressed has yet to be translated into institutional reality. The ICC represents a major step towards such an eventuality, as it embodies the spirit and content of the UN Charter. At this juncture, unfortunately, the US and a few other nations stand resolutely opposed to such a tribunal, guided as always by a fervent sense of exceptionalism. Since 1974 we have seen the appearance of some 30 truth commissions, instituted in such countries as Argentina, South Africa, Bolivia, and Panama, with the intent of revisiting the past and seeking full knowledge of past atrocities. A central theme here is that guilty parties will be forced to confront their criminal actions and, hopefully, offer apologies and reparations, a process that has taken place in South Africa and elsewhere but never in the US. In the end, however, truth commissions have no power to convict or jail offenders. In any event, the future of global jurisprudence will depend on the capacity of nations to achieve universality, which means the current proliferation of ad hoc tribunals stands more as an impediment than an enabler of such prospects. NATO's Hague travesty. Even as the US government refuses the jurisdiction of international law for itself, its leaders remain ever vigilant in seeking to bring others to justice, notably those with the audacity to stand in the way of American geopolitical interests. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, set up by the NATO powers in May 1993, was convened 181. At The Hague explicitly to try Slobodan Milosevic and other Serb leaders for crimes allegedly carried out during the decade of bloody civil wars in the Balkans. Milosevic was formally indicted in May 1999, not coincidentally at the height of NATO military bombardments of Yugoslavia, on 61 counts including genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes associated with Serb policies of ethnic cleansing mainly in Kosovo but also in Bosnia and Croatia. Milosevic was arrested in March 2001 and delivered to the Hague Tribunal in June 2001, after the US first threatened the new Serb government and then bribed it with millions in cash. The Western powers, the US in the lead, portrayed Milosevic and the Serbs as modern-day Nazis intent on ruthless expansion and responsible for an unspeakable Holocaust including acts of mass murder, mass rape, torture, and ethnic cleansing that left much of the region devastated. These atrocities were so broad in scope and so horrific as to demand urgent humanitarian intervention by NATO military forces. Once the 1999 bombings were finished, the NATO-financed Hague Tribunal would finally bring Serb leaders and their accomplices to trial. In the US, the media and politicians eagerly championed the new war crimes trials, celebrating the ICTY as an inspiring triumph of the civilized world. 3. By holding Serb leaders accountable for their crimes, the tribunal was said to open up a new era in the development of international law. Former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright referred to The Hague as the mother of all tribunals, a site where it would now be possible to try, in the tradition of Nuremberg, some of the greatest monsters in European history. 4. Caricatured as a Hitler-like dictatorial figure obsessed with building an ethnically pure Greater Serbia, Milosevic was deemed the kind of war criminal the world desperately needed to bring to justice in order to avoid international anarchy. Serbs were routinely demonized in the media, referred to by columnist Anthony Lewis and others as beasts and genocidal maniacs for whom ethnic cleansing was a natural impulse. The mainstream indictment at The Hague is subtitled The Milosevic Regime and Crimes of the Balkans Wars. In it, authors Norman Segar and Paul Williams set out to present a case for war crimes against the Serbs, replete with arguments from the Hague Tribunal prosecutors and the U.S. State Department. There is no mention of any other party to the Balkan civil wars, nor of the role of NATO and the U.S. in their aerial terrorism directed against a sovereign nation. No matter how he personally meets his end, wrote the authors, Milosevic. 181. 182. Shall remain one of the most villainous figures in the history of the South Slavs. They add, the atrocities committed by Serbian forces were part of a planned, systematic, and organized campaign to secure territory for an ethnically pure Serb state by clearing it of all non-Serb populations. The tribunal represents a historical breakthrough, they remind us, since by attacking liability for war crimes will serve as a reminder to other prospective war criminals that their actions will not be granted de facto immunity by the world community. 5. Milosevic was originally charged with planning, ordering, or carrying out deportations and murders during the Serb forces' campaign to drive Kosovar Albanians from their homes, which killed thousands along the way. Other indictments linked to the conflict in Bosnia and Croatia were added later. By the time Milosevic was brought to The Hague, he faced charges of mass killings, rapes, expulsions, detentions, forced labor, torture, and looting of property among other violations. Other Serb political and military figures were brought up on similar counts. Despite such grave indictments and all the overblown rhetoric denouncing genocidal Nazi Serbs on the march, it takes little effort to reveal the ICTY as an outrageous fraud from beginning to end. From the outset, this tribunal was totally biased and one-sided, hardly the product of universal jurisprudence, an inevitable reality given that the tribunal was set up and financed by the NATO powers and received the bulk of its investigative and informational resources from these same powers, the very powers that had carried out sustained military aggression against the Serbs. The fraudulence is quickly shown by the flagrant one-sidedness of the indictments. After so many years of civic strife involving not only Serbs but Croatians, Bosnian Muslims, Kosovar Albanians, and myriad paramilitary groups of varying ideological and ethnic makeup, not to mention the ongoing covert and armed interventions by NATO powers, we are told to believe that the Serbs alone were those overwhelmingly guilty of atrocities, that all others were simply innocent victims of a singular evil force, that others were victims only while Serbs themselves were never victimized. This scenario, constructed mainly by Western public relations firms and mass media, defies all logic, not to mention the historical evidence. Indeed, the Serbs could be said to have suffered most throughout the 1990s, especially when the U.S./NATO bombings are taken into account. Without doubt the Serbs were responsible 182-183. For atrocities, but evidence from the field, unfiltered by propaganda, shows convincingly that atrocities were committed on all sides, and that Serbs were just as often on the receiving end of war crimes as they were culpable of them. The Hague Tribunal completely ignored this complex history, dismissing instances where Serbs experienced the violence of civil war, for example, the several thousand killed and at least 200,000 displaced in Croatia alone, and yet another 300,000 displaced in Kosovo in the wake of U.S.-backed KLA terrorism and NATO aerial bombardments. In August 1995, the US and Germany assisted a bloody Croatian military offensive in the Krajina region of Croatia that produced some of the worst casualties in the Yugoslav civil wars. 6. Yet when looking at such atrocities, the great moral outrage over ethnic cleansing that consumed NATO elites and the Western media suddenly vanishes. The pursuit of justice turned out to be selective in the extreme. The failure of the ICTY to address this ridiculous anomaly, to investigate and prosecute war crimes across the board, to look impartially at all combatants involved in the protracted conflict, demonstrates ipso facto its moral and political bankruptcy, not to mention its legal absurdity. The ICTY proceedings grew out of a unilateral claim to humanitarian intervention lacking any basis in the UN Charter or international law. The 1999 war was not only illegal based on the fraudulent precedent of suspending the principle of national sovereignty, but quickly turned into a humanitarian disaster of its own, producing new levels of military violence, civilian destruction, and social disruption. No evidence of Serb genocide or ethnic cleansing was ever uncovered, but even if it had been, no justification for the U.S./NATO aerial campaign would have been established in the absence of UN backing. Such backing, in this case, was never even sought by US and European leaders anxious to pursue military options. The Security Council did in fact approve humanitarian intervention 4 times during the 1990s as a form of collective action under UN auspices, but the Kosovo intervention stemmed from a fictitious, entirely imperialistic notion that certain nations have a rightful claim to act on their own authority, thus reversing decades of progress towards stigmatizing and outlawing crimes against peace. In this way, the most powerful nations simply substituted their interests for those of the purported international community they claimed to represent. 7. Horrified. 183. 184. By this precedent, which laid the basis of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, leaders of 133 nations condemned the move at the April 2000 South Summit, stating, "We reject the so-called right of humanitarian intervention, which has no legal basis in the United Nations Charter or in the general principles of international law." 8. In the end, the ICTY was nothing more than a manifestation of this illegitimate scheme. As Mondale correctly notes, the role that the ICTY was born to play came in the Kosovo War. This had nothing to do with trying and punishing criminals and everything to do with lending credibility to NATO's cause. 9. As quintessential ad hoc victor's justice, the ICTY fit perfectly the ethos of U.S. exceptionalism. It would embody the rule of the most civilized and enlightened of states dedicated to bringing peace and order to an anarchic world infested with tyrants, rogues, and terrorists. While the Hague Tribunal was supposedly erected to purge evil monsters like Milosevic from the world scene, in actuality it was the U.S./NATO elites, their military option grounded in familiar claims of moral supremacy, that ultimately most resembled the Nazis, mimicking Hitler's resort to higher values when he justified his invasions of Czechoslovakia, Poland, the Soviet Union, and other countries. The Kosovo War could indeed be viewed as fascist in substance, a view echoed by Nuremberg Judge Walter Rockler, who referred to the U.S./NATO actions as flagrant military aggression comparable to what the Germans were prosecuted for and convicted. 10. Interestingly, the U.S. moved aggressively to ensure that statutes prohibiting crimes against peace would be excluded from the ICTY agenda. The political effect of the Hague proceedings effectively concealed the long-sordid involvement of the US and its NATO allies in the Balkans, which became more evident nearly a decade after the saga was brought to a close as the U.S./NATO domination of the region was finally solidified. By 2007, the familiar self-righteous ruminations heard in Washington and other Western capitals concerning Serb ethnic cleansing and genocide started to ring hollow as the geopolitical agenda came more clearly into focus. The propaganda was stripped of its ideological power. Nowhere has it been shown that Milosevic's supposed drive toward a greater Serbia was motivated by goals of ethnic purity or in fact was driven by anything beyond understandable efforts to preserve Yugoslav nationhood against external subversion and intervention. Was ethnicity more a factor for Serbs than for Croatians, Bosnian Muslims, or Kosovar Albanians? Belgrade itself was and remains today an extremely 185 diverse, cosmopolitan city with Muslims, Albanians, and others by the hundreds of thousands living peacefully in close proximity. If the Serbs were such irredeemable ethnic cleansers, why was such a policy never undertaken in Belgrade? In no military operation of the civil wars was anything resembling a genocidal program ever actually designed or carried out by Milosevic and the Serbs, and indeed even the ICTY, after years of investigation, was never able to validate such charges. In fact, no evidence was forthcoming from any source. The non-stop Western propaganda crusade dwelling solely on Serb atrocities was in fact not too far removed from the narrative contained in Barry Levinson's film Wag the Dog, in which a U.S. president embattled by a sex scandal uses media experts to manipulate an international crisis in Albania. A one-sided, ahistorical moralism totally ignored the decisive role of Western powers in the post-Cold War disintegration of Yugoslavia, the U.S. role in supporting the fascist Tudjman regime in Croatia, horrors perpetrated by right-wing Islamic fundamentalist groups in Bosnia, and the rampant terrorism of the KLA and kindred secessionist forces that were organized and supported by Washington. Also conveniently ignored was the increased NATO military presence in the region after 1995, not to mention long-standing, and rather obvious, U.S. geopolitical interests in the Balkans. 11. To believe that only Serbs or any other single party to the conflict could have committed war crimes within such a labyrinthine historical matrix is so preposterous on its face that, for this reason alone, the credibility of the ICTY must be seriously questioned. In fact, the most egregious crimes in the Balkans, including above all the supreme crime against peace, can be laid at the doorstep of U.S/NATO military forces, guilty of carrying out 79 days of high-tech aerial terrorism in violation of the UN Charter and the Nuremberg precedent. The bombings brought extensive damage to civilian targets, including large sectors of the Serb public infrastructure. Belgrade alone suffered upwards of 10,000 casualties, with thousands more scattered across the country. The campaign was effective, destroying power plants, factories, apartment complexes, bridges, water facilities, roads, hospitals, schools, and communications networks. NATO targets in Yugoslavia were reportedly 60% civilian, including 33 hospitals, 344 schools, and 144 industrial plants. This was of course no war but rather an aerial massacre of defenseless human beings, mostly civilians. Not only did the 185, 186 assault violate the UN Charter prohibiting military aggression against a sovereign nation, it willfully abrogated the tradition of the Hague and Geneva Protocols declaring illegal the wanton destruction of civilian objects, the very criminality that General Clark, unwittingly, was prepared to celebrate. Whatever the crimes of Milosevic, they would pale in comparison with the U.S/NATO record of military atrocities not only during the aerial campaign but throughout the previous decade of proxy warfare. As mentioned earlier, NATO leaders were actually charged with an extensive list of war crimes in 1999, in a suit naming President Clinton, Defense Secretary William Cohen, Secretary of State Albright, and General Clark along with British leader Tony Blair as defendants. With massive evidence at their disposal, including stated intent to attack civilian targets, the plaintiffs took their case to the Hague Tribunal, hoping for a sympathetic audience before Chief Prosecutor Carla Del Ponte, but the case was summarily thrown out after U.S. leaders protested vehemently, arguing for the mystical principle of American immunity. As for Milosevic, the Hague prosecutors were already conceding in September 2002 that the case against him, once affirmed with arrogant confidence, was more flawed than earlier believed, owing to difficulty in proving the Serb leader's actual connection to the atrocities in question. This was just a prelude to the further unraveling of the Milosevic case. As proceedings at the Hague Tribunal continued through 2003 and beyond, the political bias of the setup became increasingly transparent. U.S. and NATO interests were to be preserved at all costs. The mostly Serb defendants' right to an open, public, impartial trial, for example, was consistently violated by prosecutors and judges, especially when it came to Milosevic bias justified often on the vague grounds of U.S. national security interests. Thus the vital testimony of General Clark before the tribunal, in December 2003, was held outside the reach of public and press, in closed sessions, a clear transgression of norms set up by the UN General Assembly. In this context, Milosevic's right to cross-examine Clark was severely curtailed, contrary to rules established by the ICTY itself. Clark, a public figure who later ran for the US presidency, had been in charge of NATO military operations in Yugoslavia and admitted that the intervention was a technical violation of international law. He also embraced, as mentioned, the strategic targeting of civilian objects. It is difficult to imagine that Milosevic and other defendants at The Hague could ever receive a fair hearing at such a thoroughly one-sided tribunal. 186-187. In its selective approach to justice, in its almost exclusive targeting of Serbs for criminal accountability, the ICTY exemplifies all the flaws of ad hoc tribunals. The entire legal process has been biased, partial, undemocratic, and politically charged. Its formation on the basis of Security Council Resolution 827, moreover, has no legal foundation in the UN Charter, which was never established to create war crimes tribunals. Court bias was evident from the outset when Richard Goldstone, the first ICTY prosecutor, declared that Serbs alone should be indicted as mass murderers guilty of genocide well before evidence had been gathered. Not only did the US provide most of the ICTY resources, it offered huge rewards for the capture of Serb war criminals. 12 defendants, often illegally kidnapped after indictments were brought, were typically presumed guilty as charged, giving rise to a legal milieu in which the rights of those charged were mostly ignored. Due process was often simply tossed aside. Indicted war criminals languished in jail for months and longer, those in poor health often denied even basic health services. As an ad hoc body, the ICTY was essentially able to set its own rules of jurisprudence. And those rules were, more than anything, simply the rules of the military victors, that is, the NATO powers strong enough to bomb Yugoslavia into submission and then set the terms of post-war legality. It was a situation where the sheer exercise of power dictated the narratives of justice and criminality. Meanwhile, the ICTY came to be regarded with contempt by the vast majority of Serbs, reflected in the fact that the status of Milosevic and other leading defendants was enhanced despite the extremely serious charges. In the November 2003 elections, defendant Vojislav Šešelj, representing the Serbian Radical Party from jail, won 28% of the vote, just one sign of popular opposition to the NATO agenda. Both Šešelj and Milosevic emerged as heroic figures for many in Yugoslavia, owing to their defiance of the US and NATO, which had already begun to impose a neoliberal regimen on the Balkans that promised something akin to the shock therapy experienced by Russia and most of Eastern Europe in the 1990s. It was also the US and NATO, as mentioned, that used financial inducements to get the Serb government to support the ICTY proceedings. In fact, a central plank in Šešelj's campaign was rejection of the Hague Tribunal as a kangaroo court set up to demonize the Serbs and legitimize Western military intervention. 187. 188. The seemingly unending ICTY trial of Milosevic for war crimes was concluded in February 2004, more than 2 years after it began, leaving some 500,000 pages of documents, 33,000 pages of trial transcripts, and 5,000 video cassettes across 300 days of testimony. The court called no less than 298 witnesses. While this huge legal spectacle was meant to convey obvious guilt, the ICTY was never able to produce even a single item of evidence against Milosevic. No connections were established between his actions or decisions and alleged criminal deeds. The NATO-led investigation itself was a total failure, resting as it did largely on myths and distortions of the actual historical record and events leading up to it. Further, Milosevic and his defense team were able to turn the tables on the prosecution, showing not only the illegitimacy of the Hague Tribunal Milosevic was indicted in the midst of the NATO military intervention, but also the very criminality of unprovoked aerial terrorism. An impartial court would have thrown out the case against Milosevic, but this was an ad hoc political tribunal destined to convict the Serb leader of crimes he was never proven to have committed. This being a politicized version of justice, Milosevic was presumed guilty, was treated harshly in confinement, prevented from seeing his family, obstructed in his legal efforts, denied adequate medical treatment, and finally died in jail on March 11, 2006 before any verdict could be rendered. Milosevic's demand that US and NATO leaders be investigated and brought to trial for their own crimes was of course never realized. 13 As mentioned, only a few non-Serbs have been indicted or prosecuted at The Hague, and the benevolent treatment they generally received, in stark contrast to that of the Serb defendants, only further reveals the tribunal bias. In 2006 Ramush Haradinaj, former Prime Minister of Kosovo and one-time KLA rebel commander, was indicted for crimes against humanity, but both UN and US officials in the field and at The Hague regarded Haradinaj as one of the good guys deserving special consideration. The UN Governor of Kosovo during 2004-06, Søren Jessen Petersen, gave the defendant a ringing endorsement, describing him as a man of dynamic leadership and strong vision and urging that he remain free until the start of his trial, a virtually unprecedented move. Haradinaj continued to be regarded in official NATO circles as a heroic fighter for liberation, valued as someone who gave the US and NATO planes valuable logistical support during the 1999 attacks. Out of jail pending conviction, Haradinaj was given a gala farewell party in Kosovo before his 188-189 appearance at the ICTY. The charges against him: no less than a 37-count indictment of mass murder, indiscriminate rapes, unlawful detentions, and torture of Serbs throughout 1998-99. He was accused of leading a ruthless campaign of harassing, murdering, and forcibly displacing thousands of people in Kosovo. Along with a few co-defendants, he was indicted for a widespread campaign of terrorism marked by such grisly forms of torture as cutting ears and noses off living persons, hammering spikes into people's heads, and numerous episodes of sexual assault. While Haradinaj was allowed freedom during preparations for trial, witnesses were killed, others disappeared, and still others were too frightened to testify. Given the highly selective nature of justice at the ICTY, perhaps the most salient question was why the NATO prosecutors chose to arrest and try Haradinaj in the first place. 14 After Milosevic's death, the ICTY prosecutors moved to speed up the trials of other defendants, some 150 of whom had been indicted beginning in the late 1990s. Only a few political, military, and police figures were found guilty. Of significant interest was the February 2007 finding by the International Court of Justice that conclusively rejected charges of genocide against Serbia, citing lack of evidence, while dismissing Bosnian claims of reparations. 15 The ICJ decision, met with hysterical anger in the Western media, overturned the official U.S/NATO narrative for all Balkan atrocities in the 1990s. The ruling specifically refuted well-known contentions that the Serbs had planned and carried out atrocities at Srebrenica in 1994. Video materials, most of them later shown to be doctored or phony, were never admitted as evidence before the ICJ judges. As in the First Persian Gulf War, in the Balkans there never was a bona fide war between two sides, rather simply a protracted, one-sided campaign of aerial bombardment carried out in violation of international law. In the end, this NATO attack simply brought more death and destruction to the Balkans than it claimed to prevent. One result was a Kosovo that became even more poverty-stricken and filled with ethnic violence than before, occupied by NATO forces and ruled by a corrupt, authoritarian regime unable to furnish even basic public services. The U.S. military built Camp Bondsteel, a sprawling symbol of imperial domination. KLA fascist gangsters were free to continue their terror campaign against Serbs, all this in the name of democracy and humanitarian principles. It became clearer with the passing of time that the US had targeted the Milosevic government not because of crimes against humanity. 189. 190. But because it was viewed in Washington as an impediment to U.S/NATO domination of the Balkans, strategically close to the rest of Europe, Russia, the Middle East, and the Caspian Sea, a region rich in oil, natural gas, and other resources. 16 In fact, U.S. plans were boldly laid out in a 46-page Pentagon document stating that Washington was prepared to militarily challenge any nation that stands in the way of U.S. policies and interests. 17 In this context, the Hague Tribunal ought to be seen as nothing more than a recycled form of Victor's justice, the proceedings so politically charged and legally one-sided as to deny legitimacy. It represents less a new era of international law than a momentous step backward, a great retreat from the promises and hopes of global justice and a return to the earlier colonial ethos where the Western powers could dictate everything through military supremacy. 18 Reflecting on the partial and conflicted legacy of Nuremberg, Telford Taylor writes, to punish the foe, especially the vanquished foe, for conduct which the enforcing nation has engaged, would be so grossly inequitable as to discredit the laws themselves. 19. The Hussein Tribunal, Counterfeit Justice. Long before the first trial of Saddam Hussein and 7 co-defendants for assorted war crimes moved toward its preordained guilty verdict, the ad hoc Iraq Tribunal revealed itself as yet another naked U.S. exercise in one-sided punitive justice. The first court, convened in October 2005, found Hussein and 6 other former Ba'ath Party leaders guilty of war crimes for the killing of 148 people at the village of Dujail in 1982. A verdict rendered on November 5, 2006 and followed by the videotaped execution of Hussein in December. 2 others, Awad Hamd Bandar and Barzan Ibrahim Hassan, were also sentenced to death, with others given long prison terms. Not surprisingly, the verdicts were greeted by President Bush as a great milestone in the march toward global justice, a turning point in the achievement of peace and democracy in Iraq. 20 Like Bush, the entire U.S. political and media establishment heralded both the Iraq Tribunal and its guilty verdicts as a wondrous exercise in international law, praised lavishly for its quick dispatch. 191 of one of the world's leading tyrants. In fact, the Iraq Special Tribunal had been repudiated by the global community as a sorry effort by the Bush administration to cover its own more terrible crimes and simultaneously deflect public gaze from its costly and disastrous military intervention. As Washington politicians and the media pundits carry on about the virtues of international law and human rights, their carefully orchestrated legal processes have quickly turned into a mockery of juridical norms. For Iraq, as for Yugoslavia, we had a special tribunal set up to punish the designated enemy. All that surrounds and defines the Baghdad court, buried deeply within the high-security green zone military occupation, puppet government, uncontrollable civil strife, and collapse of social order, not to mention full U.S. institutional, logistical, and financial support for the entire operation, has reduced the trials to comical farces, their procedures manipulated and outcomes predetermined. Following the ICTY pattern, the Iraq Tribunal was heralded by the Western media as a triumph of international norms of legality, a Grotian moment signaling a new phase in the history of war crimes prosecution. Here as elsewhere, imperial exuberance recognizes few limits. As the tribunal opened, President Bush could say this trial is indicative of the change that has taken place in Iraqi society. Today there is a new system, a juridical system in place that will give Saddam Hussein a chance to make his case in court. 21 According to Christopher Reed, the U.S. regime liaison officer for the IHCC, Saddam is on trial because the Iraqi people have chosen to embrace the rule of law and discard the methods of the former regime. 22 Vanderbilt law professor Mike Newton, who helped set up the tribunal, termed the proceedings an epic legal moment, arguably the most important war crimes proceeding since Nuremberg, the trial of Saddam Hussein likely to constitute a legal development so significant it carries the potential to create a new customary international law or radically transform the interpretation of treaty law. 23 Professor Ronald Sievert of the University of Texas, who worked tirelessly to train prosecutors and judges at the IHCC, indicated that the tribunal would bring together Iraqi and international law in a context where the entire world would be watching to see how the Ba'ath tyranny would be brought to justice. 24 International law scholar Christian Eckhart of Cornell University embraced the tribunal as a new start based on firm legal principles, adding, "The trial might hereby serve as another mosaic stone in establishing the rule of law and deter others from." 191. 192. Stepping over the lines of international agreements and custom in the area of international criminal law. 25 such experts are mainly propagandists for ad hoc justice shaped by U.S. geopolitical interests. They are specialists above all in disseminating mindless platitudes for public consumption, while the imperial architects of illegal war and occupation, those who should be first held criminally accountable, have had few worries about meeting their deserved fate, basking in their inflated self-images as bearers of liberation, democracy, and rule of law. Those who, like Bush, Cheney, Blair, and Rice, subordinate international law to their own grandiose power ambitions, who rudely dismiss the UN on those rare occasions when it fails to bend to their purposes, who routinely violate or ignore global treaties, who manage torture camps in Guantanamo, Afghanistan, Iraq, and other secret locations, who wage military attacks on civilian populations, are the same outlaws who refuse independent global jurisdiction at the World Court and International Criminal Court, fearing even modest constraints on their pursuit of imperial objectives. And these were the very architects of the IHCC, a prime example of imperial justice. The trial leading to Hussein's conviction and execution was in fact upended by courtroom turmoil from the outset, its work conducted in a heavily fortified American enclave yet riddled throughout with security problems. 3 defense attorneys were murdered execution style, including lead lawyer Khamis Ubaidi, gunned down in Baghdad in June 2006, a severe blow to the defense. Anyone working for Hussein's legal team was vulnerable to periodic threats and harassment, a problem so acute it led to a series of boycotts and walkouts, including one organized by the Iraq Bar Association. The tribunal mood was overwhelmingly one of intimidation and fear, what one witness called terrorism in the courtroom. At any respectable legal venue, such collapse of legal norms, not to mention security, would be prima facie cause for mistrial, but in Iraq the juridical charade was simply allowed to move toward its programmed conclusion. At the first IHCC trial, moreover, the defense was given little time to prepare its burdensome response to the charges. Prosecution took all of 5 months, while the Hussein team had to squeeze its case into a few chaos-ridden weeks. Defense was repeatedly stonewalled in its motions for delays, better security, adequate document sharing, and so forth. 4 defense attorneys were arrested soon after testifying on behalf of Hussein, 192-193, or co-defendants. Another defense witness accused prosecutor Jafar al-Musa'i of trying to bribe him into giving damaging testimony against Hussein. Other witnesses said they were forced to testify under threat of punishment. Some tribunal proceedings were allowed without the presence of the accused in court. All of Hussein's prison interviews were monitored and recorded by U.S. intelligence. For Hussein's lawyers, access to vital documents was always problematic. Anyone found to have been in or close to the Baath regime was disqualified from participating in the trial. On December 5, 2005, defense attorneys vacated the courtroom after questioning the legitimacy of the tribunal and requesting in vain access to papers seized by the U.S. Army. Perhaps most troublesome, the proceedings did not require demonstration of guilt beyond reasonable doubt. In other words, judged by even the most lax juridical standards, no fair trial for the accused was possible. Efforts to limit prosecutorial shenanigans made little headway since, after all, the Iraq Tribunal was planned, set up, and largely subsidized by the Bush administration, which through its Pentagon Liaison Office provided a cadre of legal advisors from American universities to oversee every twist and turn in the case. One reason the U.S. insisted on an Iraq venue the defense had always wanted to move elsewhere was the obvious leverage it could exert by virtue of its military occupation, a vital concern after the disintegration of the U.S./NATO case at the Hague Tribunal, where Milosevic and other Serbs were able to mount an effective defense. In Baghdad, the U.S. poured some $128 million into the IHCC to maximize prospects for a guilty verdict that, it was hoped, would help legitimate the military occupation. Washington played a decisive role in training judges and prosecutors, building courtrooms, furnishing personnel and resources for investigations, providing funds for the tribunal staff, and setting legal ground rules. If Milosevic had been able to turn the tables and publicly attack the US and NATO for war crimes in the Balkans, there would be no replay in Iraq, since the BAATH villains would be denied a forum in which to raise questions of American guilt for major war crimes. When the first hand-picked chief judge was deemed too friendly toward the accused, for a brief moment permitting Hussein and co-defendants freedom to denounce the invasion and occupation, he was rudely sacked in favor of Kurdish hardliner Rauf Abdel Rahman in January 2006, following an impromptu visit to Baghdad by Arlen Specter, chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, who warned that U.S. tolerance of judicial balance in dealing with evil monsters like 193. 194. Hussein had exceeded its limits. The defense fought back within its limits, arguing that the U.S. military occupation hovered over and dictated virtually every phase of the trial, but such relevant objections were ruled out of order by the chief judge. Whenever Bashar Khalil, Hussein's lead attorney, sought to bring elements of political reality into the courtroom, Abdel Rahman denied every protest and motion. In early July 2006, the judge denounced Khalil as an ordinary gangster, unfit for legal duty, and had her dragged unceremoniously from the courtroom. As the Hussein trial degenerated into theatrical chaos, criticism from legal observers outside Iraq intensified, little of it reaching the American media. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, usually quite congenial to U.S. interests, decided to bar assignment of UN appointed lawyers and judges to the IHCC, pointing out that the tribunal failed to meet relevant international standards. 26. The guilty outcomes were sure to be tainted accordingly, as another exercise in victor's justice, though of course not enough to save Hussein and other defendants from their fate. As for the death penalty that was handed out to Hussein and two others, it was repudiated by international courts and most legal systems outside the U.S., but this did not impede tribunal organizers from imposing it as a penalty for war crimes. Among other groups, Amnesty International harshly condemned the death sentences. 27. As at The Hague, deeper problems marred the Baghdad tribunal, starting with its absence of legal and political legitimacy. How can a court established under foreign military occupation, itself the product of an illegal invasion, be considered remotely fair and independent? Neither the client Iraq government nor the war crimes body could survive a single day without U.S. military power, which naturally lacks any international mandate. Tribunal statutes were created and imposed by U.S. armed forces, political and academic personnel, fully at odds with the requirement of an independent judiciary. The initial Hussein trial, limited to one relatively minor charge, was designed to show that the post-Baath government was sovereign, efficient, and democratic, that is, a viable alternative to the Hussein regime, but in actuality the state system in place under U.S. occupation had no power over such crucial issues as taxation, investment, banking, trade, media control, and of course foreign policy. The IHCC itself was a textbook violation of the Geneva Protocols that forbid an occupying power to dismantle domestic institutions in favor of 194-195 alternatives chosen by the occupier. According to the 1949 Protocols, an occupation force cannot destroy public or private property, alter national institutions, or take coercive action against public officials. Further, according to Article 64 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, an occupying power is first obliged to ensure public order and safety, but the U.S., far from satisfying this imperative, thoroughly exacerbated the violence and chaos through its very presence. Since the tribunal was created by the Coalition Provisional Authority with the Hussein trial alone in its sights, the American claim that this was an Iraq-controlled legal body allowing people to finally settle historical accounts with the Ba'athists is nothing but pure fiction. The Bush administration was concerned from the outset to prevent Hussein or any other defendant from using the trial to either attack its legitimacy or expose the complicity of the U.S. in the crimes that were charged against him. 28. The historical aim of making government and military leaders accountable for war crimes always depended on efforts to codify universal principles of jurisprudence governing warfare. In the case of Iraq, however, even the pretext of universality is laughable, the entire legal operation was politically rigged from the start, dictated by the colonizing interests of the accusing party. For punishment to be legally and morally binding, to be valid before the norms of international law, the prosecution and judge cannot be selected, trained, and financed by the same interested party in this case, with its own geopolitical priorities clearly at stake. Since the IHCC was from its inception little more than a U.S. enterprise, the prosecution and judge were beholden to the very same interests, grounded not in valid legal foundations but in U.S. pursuit of domination over Iraq and the Middle East. The tribunal farce, moreover, could never be separated from ongoing societal turbulence just outside the Green Zone fortress, including a bloodbath of civil war proportions, a public infrastructure effectively gutted, and a society torn by widespread militarized violence and social dislocation. From Desert Storm through 12 years of brutal economic sanctions, bombings, and covert actions leading to more war and occupation, Iraq was overcome by a cycle of death and destruction claiming possibly more than 2 million lives, mostly civilian, a monstrous criminal record by any accounting, with U.S. war planners surely the most culpable. As Nuremberg affirmed in 1946, those guilty of crimes against peace, that is, for unprovoked military aggression, must be 195. 196. Held responsible for everything that follows, in this case the ensuing atrocities, infrastructure collapse, social breakdown, civil strife, torture of detainees, everything. Unfortunately, those responsible for the carnage are unlikely to be held accountable before legal proceedings set up by these very criminal offenders. Given this historical backdrop, prospects for a renewed legal order, or Grotian moment, imagined by U.S. legal scholars and politicians is utopian in the extreme. 29. Both the IHCC and the long series of post-invasion atrocities, mass detentions, human rights abuses, wanton attacks on civilians, destruction of public services, torture, etc. are integrally linked to the original act of military aggression, part of a planned, deliberate, and systematic U.S. agenda to reconfigure Iraq and the Middle East. In the end, the IHCC has served as yet another vehicle of military occupation in Iraq. International law scholar Leila Sadat, reflecting on the work of the Iraq Tribunal, condemned the proceedings and the outcome alike as lacking credibility, another highly politicized show trial. 30. In August 2006, Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, who earlier had dismissed statutes of the Geneva Conventions as obsolete, visited Baghdad, proclaiming that the existing government and its war crimes trials had ushered in a new era based in the rule of law. But the laws of an occupied Iraq, like those internationally, have been too consistently subordinated to U.S. interests for such claims to be taken seriously. Those waxing eloquently about the rule of law turn out to be the most brazen and fearsome violators, whose culpability extends to the very top of a power structure that Gonzales represented. In Bill Van Auken's words, the illegitimate persecution of Saddam Hussein and his associates only begs the question of when those in Washington who are responsible for far greater bloodshed will be brought to account for waging an illegal war of aggression. 31. Beneath self-righteous rhetoric about defending human rights and prosecuting war crimes, the U.S. has fiercely opposed any genuinely independent criminal tribunal based on universal legal principles. Washington, as we have seen, prefers to work only through ad hoc 196-197 courts designed to advance its own political interests. Dreading any loss of freedom to intervene militarily where and when it chooses, it endorses nothing beyond its own tailor-made tribunals, those where charges can be leveled against chosen villains while leaving itself, the accuser and prosecutor, fully immune. As of late 2008, the Bush administration continued to reject the only legitimate world tribunal, the International Criminal Court, founded on the Rome Statutes in July 2002 after initial ratification by 60 nations. The universal legality embraced by the ICC had the goal, never realized, of creating a system of global justice equally applicable to all nations, whatever their level of military power. Legality would finally triumph over sheer power. 32. The court was to have worldwide jurisdiction over individuals and states accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity, but the U.S. refused to join when its outrageous demand for veto power over charges against U.S. citizens requested by no other country was unanimously disallowed. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld's view of the ICC in 2002 typified the rejectionist attitude in Washington. The United States will regard as illegitimate any attempt by the court or state parties to assert the ICC's jurisprudence over American citizens. 33. No reason, aside from protecting maximum U.S. global power, seemed necessary. Never especially interested in a truly global system of justice, the U.S. threatened to paralyze UN peacekeeping operations if it did not receive assurances that Americans would be granted immunity from criminal prosecution, a condition that backers of the court found politically and legally untenable. Having refused to endorse the tribunal, the Bush administration then demanded special exemption from possible charges, arguing that the U.S. might be the target of politically motivated legal action. Despite broad global support for the court, Bush was able to affirm that the U.S. would refuse to endorse the ICC. Within a week of that statement, the U.S. muscled through the UN Security Council a resolution granting U.S. troops and officials a renewable one-year exemption from investigation or prosecution by the court. But the U.S. exemption turned out to be illegal, not to mention politically corrupt and riven with double standards. As one longtime UN observer remarked, "We do not think it is the business of the Security Council to interpret treaties that are negotiated somewhere else." 34. The resolution not only went against the world consensus, it also effectively validated the 197. 198. Idea that the U.S. ought to be free to stand outside the canons of international law. Such exceptionalism, of course, renders the court and its procedures a mockery, since, as noted, laws and processes demand universality to be legitimate and efficacious. At precisely the time all this was taking place, Rumsfeld outlined a series of sweeping proposals that would drastically weaken congressional oversight of the Pentagon, seeking greater military freedom to conduct domestic and global operations, a move largely justified by the war on terrorism. U.S. efforts to subvert an independent court coincided not only with Washington's preference for ad hoc tribunals it could easily manage but with Bush's overall aggressive foreign policy. In summer 2002 the U.S. Congress passed the American Service Members Protection Act, with the aim of intimidating nations that had ratified or were in the process of ratifying the ICC and empowering the President to fight the court as a threat to U.S. sovereignty. The act prohibits U.S. cooperation with the ICC for any purpose. It insists upon complete U.S. troop immunity from prosecution abroad, an implicit recognition that, with military forces scattered around the globe and intervention somewhere almost routine, the U.S. finds itself uniquely vulnerable to war crimes indictments. Known as the Hague Invasion Act, it bans the U.S. from giving military assistance to any state belonging to the ICC. As Sands writes in Lawless World, the topic of ICC jurisprudence is one that predictably reduces American politicians, the media, and normally tepid academic gatherings to fits of hysteria. 35. U.S. disdain for ordinary canons of international law and human rights was further revealed by Bush's cavalier outlook on the torture of prisoners, long a staple of American intelligence practices in Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo, and various secret CIA locations, and still defended, though more obliquely, in the wake of Abu Ghraib and related scandals. In February 2002 Bush, saying "I don't care what the international lawyers have to say, we're going to kick some ass," upheld harsh and abusive interrogation methods known to violate both the Geneva Protocols and the International Torture Convention. According to international law, detainees' rights can be challenged only in recognized courts of law, but this did not stop Bush and Rumsfeld, emboldened by advice from their circle of neocon legal theorists, from embracing coercive methods of interrogation, otherwise known as an alternative set of procedures. In 2004 Bush called for drastic changes in the War Crimes Act through Amendments 198-199. That would retroactively protect U.S. leaders, military personnel, and ordinary citizens from criminal charges even where evidence of torture might be uncovered. Thus Americans would be immunized from past or future transgressions. An outright dismissal of Article 3 of the 1949 Geneva Protocols prohibiting outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. In September 2006, Bush proposed that Congress allow conviction of prisoners based on coerced evidence and hearsay testimony. Meanwhile, in August 2006, Army Major General Jeffrey D. Miller, architect and overseer of illegal prisoner operations at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, was permitted a quiet retirement unencumbered by criminal prosecution or even disciplinary action despite the long cycle of atrocities he had set in motion. Upon retirement, Miller, said to be one of Rumsfeld's favorite generals, was awarded the Distinguished Service Medal for his work and praised by Pentagon brass for a very, very distinguished career. 36. The U.S. assault on international law. The norms and procedures of international law have evolved within a rapidly changing historical context of intensified economic globalization marked by the growth of corporate power and neoliberal policies. Even more significantly, such norms and procedures have unfolded at a time when U.S. imperial domination was being extended to new corners of the globe. Among critical issues posed by these developments is the fate of global justice. Can the hopes of a universal legality for prosecuting war crimes and human rights violations be realized under present conditions? The compelling question here is, to what extent can government leaders, military personnel, and others be held accountable for their crimes in a legal forum that is independent, fair, and consistent in its functions? Can such a forum have universal efficacy in the transformed historical setting? Since the end of World War II, as we have seen, there has been an evolving moral and political consensus, the moral zeitgeist, in favor of holding those charged with war crimes legally responsible. The Nuremberg Principles, in the main, soon entered the UN Charter, boosting efforts to achieve a rational foundation of global justice. Widespread hopes were that a new regimen of international law and human rights, properly enforced, could bring an end to the worst excesses of civil violence and warfare, perhaps an 199. 200. End to warfare itself. As some post-war architects of a renovated international law would argue, the political energy needed to reshape the global terrain would probably come from the West, given its traditions of freedom, democracy, and rule of law. Indeed, the U.S. itself became a major contributor to both Nuremberg and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a radical statement for its time. Many optimists in the West, liberals, social democrats, and other progressives especially, entertained hopes for a new global legal paradigm past the Cold War era and into the present. Thus Richard Falk would write, from its modern origins in the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials of surviving German and Japanese leaders after the Second World War, international law has progressed to the point where such behavior is increasingly subject to indictment, prosecution, and punishment in various appropriate circumstances. 37. While such optimism might appear well-grounded, Falk's view fails to take into account two crucial problems: the capacity of the lone superpower to manipulate or subvert that consensus, and the requirement of a truly independent system that could perform legal functions that Falk mentions. The difficulties and obstacles have surely worsened in the wake of 9/11, the War on Terror, the Iraq quagmire, and prospects for new heated military conflicts. Put concretely, the question remains more salient now than ever as to whether U.S. government and military leaders could be brought before a tribunal to face charges of war crimes that, as previously mentioned, have been abundant throughout the myriad U.S. imperial adventures. The answer so far is hardly reassuring. And in the absence of international legal procedures strong enough to hold those most guilty of criminal actions, it is impossible to take seriously Western claims about protecting human rights and ensuring the rule of law. Frenetic U.S. efforts to subvert the ICC and many other treaties should alone be reason to question the validity of claims emanating from Washington and London, which reek of hypocrisy and double standards. If there is indeed a widening commitment to norms of lawful international behavior toward a system of commonly shared global rules, then the U.S. clearly occupies a hostile, outlaw relationship to such an agenda. One finds plenty of lip service in support of high-sounding ideals, but great power dedication to a binding international system is feeble if not lacking altogether. U.S. global behavior remains steeped in a political culture of national 200-201. Exceptionalism, imperial arrogance, and glorification of military power. America's obsession with ad hoc tribunals, its rejection of independent legal processes, and its contemptuous attitude toward global agreements reflect this culture. International law continues to be subservient to the stratagems of a militarized imperial system. The question of just who winds up indicted and prosecuted for war crimes and precisely how and for whom legal processes are established goes to the heart of the matter. As things now stand, the prevailing legal system is biased, inconsistent, and juridically indefensible. Washington has rushed to bring such political targets as Milosevic and Hussein to trial, setting up specific political tribunals for the purpose, while overlooking the egregious crimes of a long list of American clients: Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines, General Suharto in Indonesia, Rios Montt in Guatemala, and Ariel Sharon in Israel. These U.S. allies, all practitioners of brutal political repression and military atrocities, have been spared courtroom reckonings since their immune status is guaranteed by the major superpower. Thus Sharon was for many years a powerful force behind Israeli ethnic cleansing in Palestine, extending to his well-documented role in the 1982 Lebanon refugee camp massacres. Despite his dreadful record of waging deliberate attacks on civilians, Sharon has been toasted and feted in Washington, welcomed as a great statesman, a partisan of democracy, and a man of peace. Far from having to face prosecution for many years of criminal deeds, Sharon was elected Prime Minister of Israel in 2001, an event duly celebrated in Washington as in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Meanwhile, the Belgian Supreme Court ruled in 2002 that Sharon ought to face war crimes charges for his role in Lebanon, a move quickly denounced by Israel and the U.S. as anti-Semitic. How the Israeli public could elect a bona fide war criminal and someone viewed as such around the world to the nation's highest office raises still other questions. In any event, the legal and political message is unmistakable: mass murder is acceptable so long as the perpetrators are either Americans or their loyal clients. Looking at the U.S. pattern of military intervention around the world since 1945, from Korea to Indochina, Central America, and the Middle East, the U.S. record of war crimes and human rights violations, including crimes of aggression, has no parallel. Nor does its abrogation of international laws and treaties. Virtually every post-war American president from Truman to Bush II could probably have been prosecuted as war criminals if the Nuremberg principles had been uniformly enforced. Any truly independent 201, 202 tribunal would have brought charges against these and a long list of U.S. government and military leaders. For the illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq, dozens of Washington figures, including Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Rice, and Powell, along with high-level Pentagon officers and military leaders in the field, could have been indicted. The problem is that no tribunal has been created with enough power and legitimacy to challenge the major superpower. War crimes trials are reserved for the weak and vanquished. Moreover, to date no U.S. political or military elites have been brought to trial for their criminal actions in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, and indeed scarcely anyone in mainstream American public life has suggested such a prospect. Henry Kissinger, an architect of saturation bombing across Indochina, remains free to conduct his life as a celebrity elder statesman, a regular on op-ed pages and the talk show circuit. Kissinger was perhaps the leading war planner between 1968 and 1972, much of it involving massive chemical warfare, with the loss of perhaps 2 million lives. Reports indicated that Kissinger was even prepared to use nuclear weapons to destroy Vietnamese resistance. 38. One question posed by the genocidal Vietnam legacy is this: with major war criminals like Kissinger and Nixon having evaded prosecution, what can be the legitimacy of any war crimes proceedings that nowadays will be tarnished by accusations of double standards? The International Criminal Court, as mentioned, has yet to achieve the efficacy needed to prosecute war crimes on a large scale, a major roadblock being U.S. rejectionism. The limits of ICC power were revealed in June 2007 when its chief prosecutor reported that the Sudanese government refused to cooperate with efforts to indict a senior official and a militia leader for war crimes offenses in connection with ongoing attacks on civilians in the Darfur region. 39 prospects for bringing anyone to justice amidst the carnage seemed bleak. So far, as we have seen, the only successful post-war trials of leaders for war crimes have taken place under the auspices of ad hoc tribunals arranged to suit U.S. geopolitical agendas at The Hague and in Baghdad. Aside from the ICTY and IHCC, the court receiving most attention, one promising to restore international justice and rule of law, has been the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, set up in Tanzania in 1994 and empowered to prosecute Rwandans for genocide and other crimes linked to a series of massacres beginning in 1994. 1202 203. Problem with the ICTR is that it quickly became a tool of Paul Kagame's corrupt Rwandan Patriotic Army dictatorship, backed by the US and itself apparently immune from indictments despite considerable evidence of its own criminal actions. The pattern is typical of ad hoc tribunals. Indeed, in the aftermath of protracted Hutu-Tutsi warfare, only the Hutu massacres were prosecuted. Financed and provided expertise by Washington, the ICTR jailed hundreds of suspects without due process, often for lengthy terms. Legal operations were shoddy and one-sided from the outset. 40 For the Darfur massacres, the ICC indicted Ahmed Haroun, in charge of the region's security at the time, for masterminding violent attacks on villagers leading to thousands of deaths and several million refugees during 2003 and 2004. Haroun was charged with 42 separate crimes, including murder, rape, persecution, and forcible transfers among the population, but the Sudanese government refused to deliver him to ICC jurisdiction and, shockingly, he continued to hold the post of Minister for Humanitarian Affairs. 41 Instead of being arrested and tried for his crimes, Haroun retained enormous power in Darfur while the Sudanese government rejected any arrest warrants, saying the country was not a signatory to the court and that the charges against Haroun were false claims viewed with great skepticism in the region. One Sudanese official said that it is a matter for Sudan to decide and act upon. The prosecutor has no jurisdiction here. He is an intruder. Adds Haroun, we are not signatories to the court, and neither is the United States. When you sign, we are going to follow. You go first. 42 Other international procedures for trying war crime suspects have followed roughly the same pattern. For example, the trial of former Liberian President Charles Taylor in Sierra Leone and the proposed tribunal to prosecute those charged with the assassination of Rafik Hariri in Lebanon, both strongly backed by the Bush administration, contained all the defects of ad hoc legal bodies: selective prosecution, combined functions of prosecutor and judge, weakening of due process, capacity of a major power to shape outcomes, double standards. Meanwhile, the ICTY at The Hague was urged to accelerate legal proceedings against mostly Serb defendants held after the Balkans operations ended. As in the case of every U.S.-supported tribunal, these judicial actions are championed in the Western media as giant steps toward global justice, their one-sidedness of little concern to opinion makers claiming to be partisans of the rule of law. 203. 204. Other ad hoc or local structures for prosecuting war crimes have been adopted by some national governments and military forces, including the U.S., for either domestic or foreign cases. As with most other armed forces, the Pentagon has set up court-martial processes mandated by the Universal Code of Military Justice to try those accused of war crimes and related atrocities, for example, the bringing to trial of Lt. William Calley for his role in the My Lai massacres. Such prosecutions, however, are few and isolated and typically deal with individual transgressions rather than broader military operations, planning, and high-level policy making, all assumed to be guided by noble intentions. There have been a few scattered courts-martial conducted in Afghanistan and Iraq, though the accused military personnel usually receive lenient sentences, as in fact did Lt. Calley. As for enemy fighters, the US apprehended hundreds of foreign combatants in Afghanistan and elsewhere in the wake of 9/11, many of them incarcerated in Iraq, Afghanistan, and at Guantanamo awaiting charges and legal proceedings in connection with the War on Terror. President Bush initially classified such prisoners as unlawful enemy combatants, meaning they would not be granted ordinary Geneva Convention protections as prisoners of war. Bush hoped to prosecute these detainees at special U.S. military tribunals in Guantanamo and other locations, but the Supreme Court ruled these bodies unconstitutional for such purposes. In 2006, Congress passed the Military Commissions Act giving the Pentagon jurisdiction over unlawful alien enemy combatants, but in June 2007 a federal judge ruled against these legal bodies on grounds they lacked jurisdiction over prisoners of war. Reports indicate that Guantanamo detainees in particular have been treated harshly, often kept without being informed of charges for months or even years, deprived of due process, and subjected to forced confessions. Despite such legal setbacks, the Pentagon vowed to push ahead with special prosecutions of detainees, isolating itself even further from the human rights community. According to Jennifer Daskai of Human Rights Watch, the Bush-Pentagon legal impasse signals that these commissions need to be scrapped and the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay must be closed. 43 Whatever the future of these provincial bodies, and President Obama has indicated a new course, they surely offered a poor example of war crimes courts that could gain wider legitimacy. 204-205. Other alternatives for the prosecution of war crimes have emerged in recent years, one of them, ironically, as an offshoot of the Military Commissions Act that Bush hoped would give the U.S. legal advantages in the War on Terror. In November 2006, a group of lawyers and human rights advocates sought to bring war crimes charges against leading figures of the Bush administration before a German court, employing the same doctrine of universal jurisdiction that was used to indict former Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet before a Spanish court in 2002. In this case, the doctrine was invoked on grounds that Bush's Military Commissions Act intended to provide retroactive immunity for Americans who might be indicted for war crimes offenses. The case filed by the Center for Constitution Rights argued that, since under the Act no Americans could ever be charged within the United States, it would be legitimate to bring them to justice in another country. The widely accepted principle of universal jurisdiction allows for prosecution of war crimes, including genocide and crimes against humanity, in any locale where the principle has been officially enacted. ******. A consensual global jurisprudence rooted in universal norms consistent with an independent war crimes tribunal remains today a distant hope. Experience shows the prevailing modalities ad hoc, national, and military courts offer no way out of the conundrum. The Kantian idea of ethico-political universality is no closer to realization in the early 21st century than it was at Nuremberg, despite claims of a new human rights era being on the horizon. The International Criminal Court, widely seen as a major step forward, has been sabotaged by the lone superpower. And the United Nations, previously thought to be a crucible of international law, suffers from failure to transcend the pressures of nationalism and imperialism. The US and a few of its G8 partners continue to hold sway over crucial UN decision-making, above all in the Security Council. The pursuit of global justice is inevitably blocked by great power interests where norms of exceptionalism, claims of immunity, double standards, and easy resort to military force carry the day. This pathetic state of affairs has, unfortunately, been widely supported by the liberal intelligentsia in the West, above all in the United States. As Edward Herman and David Peterson observe, referring to the workings of the ICTY, this entire intellectual and moral construct was a fraud, and that 205. 206. It found as many advocates as it did tells us more about the grip of imperial ideology, ignorance, and potent propaganda in the West than anything about the new norms of the wished-for cosmopolitan order. 44. An emergent international consensus identified by Falk and others has little hope of being codified and institutionalized at a time when U.S. economic, political, and military power is determined to transcend all constraints. So long as Washington persists in its international outlawry, in its military aggression and refusal to support global agreements and treaties, and so long as it insists upon special immunity from war crimes accountability, the struggle for truly independent mechanisms of justice will inevitably be frustrated. The sad history of international criminal legality is that it has never moved beyond the realm of ad hoc, selective justice, that is, no authentic justice at all despite moral pretensions to the contrary. International law embodied in various tribunals has been regularly superseded by dictates of political power that, in the post-war era, have meant above all American power. As Mondale aptly comments, the only rational assumptions are that international criminal law will be firmly subordinated to power, that impunity will be a perk of economic and military hegemony, and that the usual suspects will continue to be rounded up while America gets away with murder. 45 The U.S. and a few of its allies or clients have been the supreme criminals for many decades but have managed to escape legal accountability, a concept reserved for lesser offenders or, in some cases, the victims of U.S. imperial violence. Tribunals like those at The Hague and Baghdad are meant to give an appearance of justice, but in the end they do not serve the purposes of truth, justice, peace, deterrence, and punishment of wrongdoers. The outcome is nothing but fraudulent legality since, as Mondale notes, if you study the theory of justice you will find no tolerance for selective justice. That's because justice is based on equality, and it is a serious violation of equality to voluntarily leave some wrongdoer unpunished. 46 The problem is compounded, moreover, when that wrongdoer happens to be the most prolific and horrendous criminal of all. 206. 7. Torture and other atrocities. Throughout 2004, graphic revelations of systematic U.S. human rights abuses, including illegal detentions and torture, at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba and Abu Ghraib in Iraq shocked an American public that, for the first time, became aware of long-standing harsh and cruel CIA rendition programs. As clear violations of the Geneva Conventions and other international treaties, these practices were the topic of considerable media and political attention, giving rise to a stream of mainstream apologetics, pleas for reform, and legislative corrective measures, a rare outburst of establishment concern about an instance of American outlawry. The issue of torture in particular had seemingly touched a raw nerve in the political culture. In the midst of embarrassing images of prisoner mistreatment and frenzied promises of change, however, government and military leaders were quick to affirm two comforting discourses: that the abuses were the product of a few wayward soldiers and were a radical departure from revered U.S. traditions and values. General Wesley Clark, former NATO commander and 2004 presidential candidate, gave a speech at UCLA in October 2006 in which he denounced torture and related practices, saying they go against the grain of American dedication to international rules and laws. Law is sacred to the American system, pronounced Clark. A retreat from Geneva means nothing less than abandoning American values. 1. In the aftermath of the Abu Ghraib revelations and publicity, President Bush said that prisoner abuse was a revolting exception to the norm, for that's not the way we do things in America. Acknowledging the misguided actions of a few, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld said in late 2004 that all detainees in U.S. custody are treated humanely, consistent with the provisions of international law. A lengthier response came from Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, who, speaking in December 2005, stated, "With respect to detainees, the United States government complies with its Constitution, its laws, and its treaty obligations. Acts of physical or mental torture are expressly prohibited. The United States government does not authorize or condone torture of detainees." 207. 207. 208. Torture, and conspiracy to commit torture, are crimes under U.S. law, wherever they may occur in the world. She described the atrocities at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib as sickening aberrations from the norm, not likely to be repeated. Two references to U.S. obligations to the rule of law and international norms are, as we have seen, constantly invoked but rarely transcend ideological rituals detached from actual historical experience. Much the same can be said of the supposed power of American traditions and values. Viewed in the larger historical context, Bush-era human rights violations and other criminal abuses represent no deviation from earlier U.S. practices but rather their extension within a new paradigm of warfare. The act of torture itself can be viewed as part of the American legacy of imperialism and militarism, in many ways integral to the logic of geopolitical ambitions. A nation that has so often carried out military aggression, wantonly attacked civilian populations and targets, destroyed entire societies, used weapons of mass destruction, and deployed its armed might to crush oppositional movements around the world, killing millions and displacing tens of millions more in the process, cannot be expected to shy away from torture and similar atrocities as it routinely goes about its global business. Illegal detentions, denial of due process, kidnappings, assassinations, death squad murders, and cruel interrogation methods are simply another expression of imperial power. Viewed in this context, torture and kindred abuses must be understood as an outgrowth of U.S. militarism over time, sanctioned at the very top of the power structure. The ethos of death and destruction that inevitably accompanies U.S. efforts to achieve imperial aims has a long trajectory, first appearing well before international legal canons governing human rights were set in motion. Today, of course, prohibitions against torture and other atrocities have been systematically codified, part of global customary law concerning what are generally regarded as extreme criminal acts despite occasional attempts to justify them. Torture and other comparable forms of inhumane treatment have been explicitly outlawed since World War II, first given full legal codification in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 5 states that no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, while Article 9 states that no one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile, and Article 10 affirms that everyone is entitled 208. To full equality, to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal. Additional rights are ensured by Article 12, which states that no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence. These rights are unambiguously reaffirmed in the Geneva Convention 3, which states that prisoners of war must at all times be treated humanely and that no physical or mental torture, nor any other form of coercion, may be inflicted on prisoners of war to secure from them information of any kind whatever. These rules are to be applied uniformly, with no exceptions, and extended not just to members of armed forces but to militias, volunteer groups, resistance movements, and insurgencies. The Convention Against Torture directs each state party to incorporate torture as an offense within its criminal law, while the Rome Statutes of the ICC define torture and other abuses of prisoners as a war crime. The U.S. is a signatory to the UDHR, the Geneva Conventions, and the Convention Against Torture. 3. But this has not deterred Washington, as we shall see, from setting up its own outlaw regimen for treating prisoners and others under its control. The historical labyrinth. For roughly 2 centuries, military violence in myriad forms has been central to the expansion and defense of U.S. imperial objectives. Despite loud protestations to the contrary, torture and related abuses have always been a feature of this violence, part of a logic of perpetual warfare in which demonic enemies must be fought and contained. Atrocities become a routine, at times legitimate, aspect of the U.S. struggle for global supremacy, as that struggle generates great reserves of hatred and contempt among the victims of targeted populations. These atrocities, part of a general ethos of lawlessness, have provoked relatively little outrage among either opinion leaders or the larger public in the U.S. The best place to begin is with U.S. exterminationist policies directed against native tribes throughout the 19th century, policies so horrific as to dwarf the many isolated atrocities carried out by the military and settlers during the same period. The history is one that fits the category of genocidal destruction. At the same time, those isolated atrocities deserve mention insofar as they were a prelude to the later pattern of lawless barbarism marking U.S. interventions in the Philippines, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. 209. 210. Central America, and, more recently, the Middle East. The decades of Indian Wars brought not only well-known massacres at Sand Creek, Washita, and Wounded Knee, for example, but unspeakable acts of individual brutality, beatings, scalpings, mutilations, sexual assaults, kidnappings, prisoner mistreatment, and shootings, along with full-scale attacks on civilians. Captives were often summarily executed, including women, children, and the elderly. Dwellings were routinely burned to the ground, food stores destroyed, and both ponies and buffalo slaughtered by the thousands. Dying Indians were commonly tortured, killed, and mutilated. All of these atrocities took place, for example, when General George Armstrong Custer attacked a defenseless settlement of mostly Cheyenne women and children at the Washita River in Oklahoma in 1868, a massacre that solidified Custer's credentials as a heroic Indian fighter. 4. At Sand Creek, Colorado, in 1864, the carnage wrought by the fanatically pious Colonel John Chivington had been even more barbaric, the individual atrocities even more gruesome. Reflecting on Chivington's God-ordained massacre, a lieutenant from the New Mexico Volunteers wrote, of from 500 to 600 souls, the majority of which were women and children. I did not see a body of a man, woman, or child, but was scalped, and in many instances their bodies were mutilated in a most horrible manner, men, women, and children's privates cut out. I heard one man say that he had cut out a woman's private parts and had them for exhibition on a stick. I heard another man say he had cut the fingers of an Indian to get the rings on the hand. 5. According to this and many similar reports, soldiers used knives to rip apart bodies, and none were spared. 6. Torture, butchery, mutilation. There seemed to be no limits to barbarism on the frontier. Such atrocities, as it turned out, were hardly aberrant, but were repeated time and again, finally culminating in the Wounded Knee massacre of 1890, where more than 3,000 defenseless women and children were slaughtered, with most of the wounded tortured before they were killed. No disciplinary action was ever taken against U.S. military officers responsible for such horrors, which, in the final analysis, helped pave the way toward unchallenged white colonial power over the continent. While international law has been steadily refined since the late 19th century, with prohibitions against torture and kindred abuses established and codified, in fact U.S. global behavior in this regard has changed very little, an apparent extension of what occurred during the Indian Wars. One obvious difference is that 210, 211. The newer regimen has been directed largely outside American borders, toward designated targets in Latin America, Asia, and the Middle East. It is not necessary here to detail all these historical episodes that would require yet another book, but rather to identify general patterns of behavior in a few geopolitical settings. In the case of World War II, the fabled Good War, observers have often forgotten that the Allied powers, while militarily victorious, were guilty of monstrous war crimes that in many respects matched or even surpassed those of the Axis nations. Torture is one atrocity that would surely fall into that category, especially in the Pacific Theater, where the U.S. carried out a total war of attrition against the Japanese, replete with continuous saturation bombing raids and 2 nuclear infernos. In the war without mercy that characterized the Pacific battlefield, we have seen how Americans viewed the Japanese as irredeemably evil, a monolithic race apart, so subhuman that even the most barbaric actions against them could easily be justified. Racial stereotypes of savage Asian hordes permeated U.S. media both in the military and on the home front, giving rise to a racially explosive milieu in which atrocities became routine and readily accepted by the public. Exterminationist language, for example, "kill Japs and more Japs," was fueled by a racist hatred largely unknown to the European theater, at least in the context of U.S. motives. Revenge for Pearl Harbor could explain only a small part of this hatred, leading to unrestrained savagery. Aside from the massive aerial bombardments of Japanese cities producing well more than 1 million civilian deaths, there was an abundance of local or isolated atrocities, shooting of prisoners, torture, lifeboat strafings, attacks on hospitals, civilian abuse, wounded buried alive, mutilated corpses. 7. When such atrocities became known within larger military circles and the general public, More often than not they were defended and even celebrated. The ideological atmosphere was one of vengeful racial hatred. In July 1944, well before the U.S. bombing campaign against Japan, Charles Lindbergh, a close observer of the Pacific War, wrote, "It was freely admitted that some of our soldiers tortured Jap prisoners and were as cruel and barbaric at times as the Japs themselves. Our men think nothing of shooting a Japanese prisoner or a soldier attempting to surrender, these are condoned by almost everyone." 8. It was widely recognized that what would later be regarded as war crimes were committed virtually without restraint on both sides, despite rhetoric to the contrary. Both sides. 211. 212. Moreover, viewed the imperialist conflict as a war to advance higher values. As Dower observes, the civilization which both the Allies and Japanese claimed to be defending had failed to stem these impulses, and World War II simply witnessed new as well as old ways of carrying out mass destruction and individual violence. 9. In the case of the U.S., its great pretenses about a war being fought on behalf of democracy and the rule of law would turn especially sour, while for the world any notion that new rules and prohibitions would spell an end to war-related individual atrocities was indeed illusory. During the Vietnam War era, moral and social constraints operating within the U.S. military progressively broke down as the war dragged on, eroding rules of engagement and permitting some of the most horrendous war crimes in modern history. Guidelines included in armed forces manuals deferred to international law, but soldiers in the field as well as the pilots of air strikes usually ignored them. Rules were viewed as something to be eluded where possible. At the same time, there were informal codes. Any Vietnamese running from combat, taking evasive action, or even having the appearance of being a fighter could be immediately detained, kept captive, and tortured or simply fired upon. American troops often made little effort to distinguish civilians from combatants, a challenge that in any case was extremely difficult under conditions of guerrilla insurgency. The general idea was that, in the midst of combat and free fire zones, any Vietnamese encountered was a Guk who, by definition, was the enemy. 10. And in Vietnam the atrocities inevitably resulting from this state of affairs were never-ending: burning homes, mass killings, torture, rape, murder of wounded prisoners, beatings, destruction of animals and life support systems, all fueled by elements of revenge, sadism, combat stress, and in some cases sexual pleasure. 11. These practices were for some units virtually routine, informally tolerated or even encouraged in the battlefield as standard behavior to defeat an implacable enemy, and sanctioned at the very top of the command structure. As the war intensified by the mid-1960s, military intelligence specialists had become thoroughly trained in methods of harassment, intimidation, and torture as they detained and questioned North Vietnamese and Viet Cong troops in the field, methods often taught orally by instructors mindful of international law violations. Methods included throwing people out of helicopters, electric shock treatment, severe beatings, and mutilation. Prisoners were often taken for flying lessons or half a helicopter ride as 212. 213. Interrogators kept throwing people out until someone talked. Other creative modes of torture were employed to break down possible informants. When a captive proves stubborn, according to one U.S. soldier, the answer is invariable: you take a field telephone, wire it around a man's testicles, you ring him up and he always answers. It's known as the Bell telephone hour. You won't find it in the curriculum. 12. Torture was applied to anyone, the assumption being that civilians in any case were likely to be VC supporters to varying degrees. Those captured were often tortured for information, then for revenge, then for sadistic or sexual pleasure. When American units came upon hamlets, they would routinely engage in torture, rape, murder, and mutilation, generally without fear of being investigated or prosecuted. Any soldier reporting such crimes would likely be killed. Wielding military power over local inhabitants, American troops often found great sexual pleasure in the process of carrying out these atrocities. Rape became a special means of bringing sex and violence together. According to one macabre account, maybe 4 or 5 of us would go into a village and take a girl and bring her out to the jungle. Explain to her to lie on the ground and don't scream, otherwise she'll be killed immediately, and however many guys there are, well, they all do what they want. And if the guys are in a good mood, they let her go. If not, they kill her. 13. Rape was often followed by torture, as girls and women ended up bleeding from their mouths, noses, and vaginas when further assaulted and beaten before being killed. According to reports, some women were burned to death after gasoline was poured over their body and troops stood around and sadistically watched. 14. Routine sexual encounters between GIs and Vietnamese women often grew violent, leading to rapes, beatings, and murder. In Vietnam, these atrocities were hardly isolated or aberrant acts carried out by a few demented, out-of-control individuals or groups, nor was the My Lai massacre in 1968 the horror set apart from standard U.S. troop behavior it was depicted as being in the American media. Recycling racist imagery that gave the wars against the Indians, Japanese, and Koreans added savagery, military leaders regularly called the Vietnamese gooks, thugs, and worse, with General William Westmoreland himself known to refer to them as worthless termites. 15. These were the same termites, presumably, who were to be brought the American blessings of freedom and democracy. Such bigoted attitudes permeated armed forces units from top to bottom. Everyday violence against 213. 214. An evil force was not only tolerated but actively encouraged to the point where it became integral to the military culture. Veterans have repeatedly described their officers, comrades, and even chaplains as urging them to carry out blood revenge acts made possible, as Rhodes observes, by a nearly total loss of restraint. 16. In the field, U.S. troops were violently coached by their leaders, began beating up prisoners, torturing prisoners, executing prisoners, began, that is, expanding their range of violent performances. According to one participant in this barbarism, the voices of authority in the company, the platoon sergeants and officers, acknowledged that was a proper way to behave. Who were the grunts to disagree with it? We supported it. 17. Atrocities in Vietnam were the inevitable modus operandi of a ruthless U.S. war of attrition, planned by the liberal architects of technower and counterinsurgency. Thus, by the late 1960s, the Phoenix program set up by the CIA was already responsible for the illegal detention and torture of untold thousands of captives. Under this program, moreover, U.S. operatives assassinated an estimated 21,000 Vietnamese officials in the South. As the war expanded, Navy SEALs and other units mounted raids to destroy homes, capture and torture people, and conduct summary executions at random, devoid of any rules of engagement. By the end of the war, many hundreds of thousands had been rounded up, detained, and subjected to unspeakable brutality, all of it condoned or at least ignored all the way to the top of the military and government leadership. 18. It was rooted in the very conduct of warfare. Many of these atrocities were revealed to the American public by the Winter Soldier hearings and testimony in 1971, but its impact on the political culture was sadly minimal. Indeed, the hearings were barely covered in the mass media, while politicians seemed inclined to dismiss the atrocities as just another unfortunate expression of modern warfare. The record of U.S. criminal behavior in Central America hardly compares with that in Asia, but it covers a lengthier historical period during which the CIA, military, and proxy groups detained, tortured, and killed tens of thousands of people in Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, and Nicaragua. Such atrocities resulted from established operational procedures at times when U.S. supported oligarchical interests were challenged or overturned by oppositional movements. As Jennifer Harberry shows in her well-researched study of torture across Central America, a review of the materials leads relentlessly to just one conclusion, that the CIA 214, 215, and related U.S. intelligence agencies have since their inception engaged in the widespread practice of torture, either directly or through well-paid proxies. 19 counterinsurgency campaigns involved regular kidnappings, detentions, torture, and executions. The U.S., often through the infamous School of the Americas and other domestic military bases, provided finances, training, logistics, and weapons, the work of mostly secret projects organized by the CIA-20 in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. Local atrocities reached their peak during the 1980s as the linkage between the U.S. and Central American instruments of violence intensified, giving rise to a wave of abductions, torture, and murder, much of it directed against labor, civic, and religious leaders. Intensified repression, as during the Rio Montt campaign in Guatemala in the early 1980s, was usually accompanied by heightened U.S. financial and military assistance. After Reagan became president, the Guatemalan army achieved the distinction of being the worst human rights violator in the Western Hemisphere. As in Vietnam, torture and related atrocities in Central America were hardly the product of excesses, mistakes, or a few renegade sadists. They were part of the logic of control and repression. What was understood to be necessary dirty work took years to plan and refine, much of it carried over from the Vietnam experience. Such methods as solitary confinement, beatings, electric shocks, stress positions, and sexual humiliation to be replicated later at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib had been de rigueur in Vietnam. One difference in Central America was that the U.S. preferred to work through local military units and death squads, that is, by proxy, so that it would be more difficult to trace the atrocities back to the guilty Washington agents. Still, as Harberry points out, there were few doubts in the field as to who was calling the shots. Thus, the Yankees in the torture cells were not working for local military officials at all. To the contrary, they were very much in charge, and had clear authority over the torturers themselves. The Americans were not taking orders, they were giving them. At times they were even supervising the entire torture session. 21 In such a brutal milieu, the idea that the U.S. somehow wanted to bring democracy and the rule of law to Latin America can only be greeted with ridicule. Throughout the post-war years, the U.S. routinely employed directly or indirectly illegal detentions, torture, assassination, and other forms of murder as valued instruments of imperial power. It has carried out or supported these actions across many geographical settings: South America, Indonesia, Iran, Central Asia. 215. 216. And the Balkans, as well as the aforementioned Korea, Vietnam, and Central America. And the legacy continues on a regular basis, thanks not only to the CIA but to Special Forces units, Navy SEALs, Delta Force, and various regular military operations. In many cases, Washington has been involved in repression directed against political, cultural, and intellectual opposition. Harsh interrogation methods are but one facet of this worldwide terror apparatus. As James Petras writes, for several decades the Israelis performed a complementary role in this process, their repression of Palestinians based on routine arrests, harassment, torture, and random killings, all with U.S. support and blessing. Thousands of Palestinians have been illegally detained at any given time. Torture practiced by the Israeli Mossad parallels methods used by the CIA: shackles, beatings, stress positions, stripping, and sexual intimidation. 22 Assassinations are often carried out by commando groups, helicopter gunships, F-16 fighter planes, and other techniques perfected since the early 1950s. The fact that all of these practices are flagrant violations of international law seems to have bothered neither the Israelis nor their American patrons. We have plenty of history to show conclusively that present-day U.S. torture and other human rights abuses are deeply rooted in the past, now tied to an apparatus of control and repression integral to empire. They constitute long-standing patterns rather than exceptions or departures from the norm. American militarism seems always to have been replete with criminal operations sanctioned, more often than not, at the very summit of government and military officialdom. The CIA torture network in particular, in place over several decades but only recently a focus of political and public concern, represents one cornerstone in the superpower efforts to maximize its surveillance, intelligence, and control capabilities. In hundreds of pages of long classified but recently disclosed files, CIA documents describe at length a wide variety of illegal actions, secret holding cells around the world, unlawful detentions without due process, vast surveillance functions, plots to assassinate foreign leaders. 23 In Ghost Plane, Stephen Gray presents an exhaustive investigative report on CIA torture programs where, among other things, ghost prisoners are sent to secret locations around the world and held, typically without charges, outside any framework of international convention or law. Most detainees were sent to locales controlled by harsh regimes for extraordinary rendition. 216. 217. That is, torture ostensibly for purposes of obtaining crucial information. As part of the war on terrorism, these programs were strongly embraced by Clinton during the 1990s and then stepped up by Bush in the wake of 9/11. 24. At this point hundreds of CIA operatives were working more or less freely across the globe. In February 2007 an Italian judge indicted 26 Americans for their role in plots to abduct targeted individuals. In one publicized case U.S. operatives abducted one Abu Omar off a Milan street in 2003, after which he was detained in Egypt for 4 years without charges, hooded and beaten, and tortured when he refused to become a CIA informant. 25 It was within such an environment that the U.S. torture regimen expanded its scope to include Guantanamo, Afghanistan, and Iraq with the War on Terror and invasion of Iraq after 2001. Upon assuming office in January 2009, President Obama set out to limit abuses of detainees but also issued an executive order allowing the CIA to carry out its rendition programs so long as suspects were held only short-term. Guantanamo, the new Devil's Island. The events of 9/11 set in motion new U.S. political and legal maneuvers that would overtly challenge basic provisions of international law, justified by the urgent need to fight global terrorism. By late 2001 the U.S. was already setting up detention facilities to house and interrogate hundreds of prisoners associated with the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and other Muslim groups thought to be involved in jihadic violence. According to the Bush administration, 9/11 ushered in a new kind of war requiring legal, political, and military flexibility in its pursuit, a radical departure from the familiar clash between rival nation-states. Toward this end Bush issued a secret executive order in late 2001 giving the CIA special power to detain and investigate prisoners, followed by a broader executive order stating that, since terrorist suspects were not conventional prisoners of war but rather unlawful enemy combatants, the U.S. was not subject to international legal provisions regarding treatment of detainees. These orders in effect opened the door to torture and other abuses of prisoners at Guantanamo Bay, a camp set up beyond the reach of American domestic jurisdiction, and elsewhere at mostly secret locations. Legal rationalizations came from officials within the Bush admin. 217. 218. Istration, including Deputy Assistant Attorney General John Yoo, who contended that for a variety of reasons the U.S. should not be subject to the provisions of international law. For Yoo and others, the imminent threat of terrorism meant that Washington was now freed from legal restraints, including those set by the International Criminal Court where the U.S., in any case, was not a signatory. And torture itself was further given a peculiar American definition: it would apply only to the most extreme practices leading to outright organ failure or death. 26 Legal opinions that the U.S. could operate outside international conventions in its treatment of detainees came from a series of memos sent to Bush by the Attorney General's office, culminating in Alberto Gonzales' report of January 25, 2002 indicating that Geneva Convention 3 does not apply in the war on terror where prisoners cannot be regarded as POWs but only as unlawful combatants. Such prisoners were essentially stateless. Those suspected of being members of the Taliban or Al-Qaeda were in any case operating within the context of a failed state. Gonzales, moreover, argued that the president and not international or domestic courts should have exclusive power over any legal proceedings. 27 Bush's executive orders of November 2001 and February 2002 were grounded in Gonzales' opinions which, as it turned out, conflicted with prevailing readings of international law. Central to Bush's decrees was the establishment of military commissions ostensibly to try non-Americans on war crimes and related charges. This rare maneuver, not employed since World War II, gave the President authority to set up ground rules for the conduct of strictly military proceedings whereby the prosecution and judges are answerable only to him while he alone is charged with reviewing the final verdicts. The commissions work in secrecy, the prosecution can rely on secret evidence and witnesses, and no appeal to civilian courts is possible. Defendants have no right of access to any domestic or international courts and cannot even select their own attorneys. Thus at Guantanamo a defendant could be given a harsh sentence without a public trial, presumption of innocence, right to appeal, or proof beyond reasonable doubt. In other words, Bush had created a juridical apparatus that flagrantly violated commonly held legal norms of due process. Both Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International denounced these attempts to bypass Geneva and other protocols as inconsistent with both human rights and criminal law. 28 The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mary Robinson. 218. 219. Said the U.S. had no legal justification for dismissing Geneva III, after which her reappointment was blocked by the U.S. While Bush's orders effectively snubbed the U.S. judiciary as well as international law, they served to immunize American government and military personnel from war crimes charges where treatment of detainees was involved. The result was a green light for torture and denial of due process at detention centers in Afghanistan, Guantanamo, and Iraq despite a refusal to concede as much by top officials in Washington. The Pentagon spelled out a three-tier interrogation plan that would presumably be implemented first at Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan and at Guantanamo. Thus Category I would involve yelling, deception, and intimidation, Category II the use of stress positions, deprivation, hooding, isolation, use of phobias, and removal of comfort items, and Category 3 severe physical harm including temporary suffocation and exposure to extreme cold or heat. At least 24 of these methods were approved by Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld in April 2003, while CIA rendition measures at secret detention centers seemed to proceed with few if any constraints. By early 2002, as hundreds of prisoners from Afghanistan were taken bound, shackled, and hooded to Guantanamo, stark images of human rights abuses began to surface despite the relative secrecy of the operations. Prisoners arrived from more than 40 countries. Whatever the stipulations of international law, the Bush administration was determined to squeeze information out of detainees, people that Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld had already concluded were evil threats to U.S. security by any means necessary. Prisoners were stripped of all rights and detained indefinitely with no charges filed and no access to lawyers or courts, a state of affairs that for some persisted up to 3 years. A Red Cross inspection conducted in October 2003 found conditions at Guantanamo horrid, with physical and mental abuses rampant. The abuses recorded at that time were many: long-term solitary confinement, lengthy interrogation sessions, exposure to heat and cold, beatings, use of pepper spray, guns held to prisoners' heads, inadequate food, and stress positions, to name some. 29 Many cases of sexual and religious humiliation were reported as well. Prisoners had little or no privacy and were often denied exercise privileges. Harsh discipline was standard treatment, especially in cases where suspects were viewed as non-cooperative. Camp Delta, built in 2003 by KBR, came to be known as an American Devil's Island where prisoners were kept in maximum security. Such treatment was justified by U.S. officials who 219. 220. Viewed detainees as subhuman terrorists deserving of no legal or human rights. The detainees were also seen as vast sources of intelligence in the fight against terrorism, but these expectations turned out to be mostly illusory. 30 While U.S. leaders invoked the war on terror as yet another pretext for national exceptionalism, here meaning special claims of immunity from war crimes charges, the reality has been a systematic attack on global rules now well established and part of customary law. Several problems were inherent in Bush's decrees from the outset. First, the notion that detainees as suspected terrorists could be labeled unlawful combatants and stripped of basic rights cannot be legally defended. International humanitarian law protects all human beings of all nations, whether civilian or military personnel, whatever the conditions leading up to their arrest. And no country has unilateral power to determine the status of detainees. That is a matter for independent courts to determine. Second, the indefinite incarceration of prisoners without charges, access to lawyers and courts, in virtual isolation from the world, clearly violates universal precepts of due process enshrined in the UN Charter and many treaties as well as the U.S. Constitution. Third, any form of torture under any circumstances is strictly prohibited by international law by the UDHR, the Torture Convention, and several provisions of the Geneva Conventions, not to mention U.S. domestic and military codes. There are no exceptions to this law. Fourth, those in charge of detainees are not legally permitted to seek revenge or punishment against them, while interrogation is never allowed except for simple requests for personal identification. At Guantanamo and elsewhere, it must be remembered, any guilt regarding criminal charges was never initially determined. 31. Finally, Bush administration claims that terrorists were being held outside U.S. territory could not be sustained insofar as the naval station at Guantanamo was firmly under U.S. jurisdiction. This unapologetic subversion of global rules was denounced by lawyers and politicians around the world, including many in the U.S., and by a series of media interventions including well-crafted books by David Rose, Michael Ratner, and Ellen Ray, and Seymour Hersh that revealed the scandalous illegality of American prison operations. 32. Ratner's organization, the Center for Constitutional Rights, bravely took up the cause of the Guantanamo prisoners who, at least for the first 3 years, had no other recourse to the pursuit of justice. As Ratner writes in the preface to his book, 220. 221. We believed strongly that the President, acting unilaterally, did not have the right, simply to designate people for detention, hold them incommunicado, deny court review, and throw away the key. At that time we could not even imagine the abuses that have now been revealed. We began to round up other lawyers to work with us, but it was not an easy task. And we got plenty of hate mail, especially early on, for our representation of the Guantanamo detainees. 33. The CCR took its case through the American court system, first losing at the trial level and then at the district court before a surprisingly positive ruling was handed down by the Supreme Court in June 2004. By a 6-3 vote the court decided that U.S. federal courts had jurisdiction to determine the legality of prisoners held at Guantanamo, in effect restoring due process and declaring the military commissions illegal. This ruling, along with media revelations of the conditions at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo, forced the Bush administration onto the defensive as the Pentagon and CIA moved to ameliorate some of its worst detention methods. In October 2006, however, Congress passed the Military Commissions Act, which essentially overrode the Supreme Court decision as it restored power to the executive in its empowerment of the commissions. All the previous claims, virtually every one a violation of international law, were restored through legislative action. Harsh methods of interrogation seemed to be validated within the vague and slippery language of the Act. More disturbing, the MCA gave the President authority to reconfigure both Geneva III and the War Crimes Act of 1996, presumably to give U.S. personnel immunity from prosecution under international law, including for charges of torture. The MCA received little attention in the American mainstream media. 34. In June 2007, however, as discussed previously, a federal judge ruled against the commissions on grounds they lacked jurisdiction over prisoners of war, again refuting the Bush, Pentagon contention that Guantanamo detainees were unlawful combatants. Despite this legal setback, the Pentagon vowed to push ahead with its special prosecution of captives, a maneuver that further isolated the U.S. from the global human rights community, until President Obama issued an executive order in January 2009 closing down Guantanamo. 221. 222. In the end, the torture regimen set in motion at Guantanamo was counterproductive as well as illegal. Horrendous conditions and practices rarely produced useful information to U.S. interrogators fully convinced they could force valuable intelligence out of high-level terrorists. Some released prisoners said they were questioned up to 200 times and subjected to a variety of harsh and cruel techniques, beatings, stress methods, food and sleep deprivation, and so forth, but any statements they furnished under such pressure were typically worthless, either mundane or false. 35 By June 2004, only 3 of a total of 650 prisoners were actually charged with a crime and no one had yet been convicted. The White House and Pentagon believed that, by assembling hundreds of Taliban and Al-Qaeda operatives at Guantanamo, enough intelligence could be gathered to decisively give the U.S. an upper hand in the war on terror, saving perhaps thousands of American lives. In spring 2004, General Jeffrey Miller, a veteran of Abu Ghraib, was sent to Guantanamo with the mission of pushing an aggressive interrogation regimen. But little was ultimately gained. It turned out that few upper echelon fighters had been sent to Guantanamo and that, in any case, most information gotten by means of torture was simply fabricated. As Rose points out, multiple sources have confirmed that none of Al-Qaeda's known leadership has ever been held at Gitmo. 36 And the supposed confessions and other responses, he added, uniformly turned out to be false. 37 As of early 2009, fewer than 250 detainees were being housed at Guantanamo, and their cases were being reviewed in anticipation of the base closing. The Bush administration, as in its tenacious pursuit of the Iraq War and occupation, remained stubborn in its flagrant outlawry until the very end. The commissions, agencies of sham justice subverting even military law, had come under intensified opposition, much of it from Europe and even from within the U.S. political and military establishment. Sadly, for several years a number of American professions were seduced by this criminal enterprise, tainting their credibility, law, medicine, and psychology above all. Debates have raged within these professions. Doctors were involved in medicating and drugging prisoners at various locations. Ratner and Ray write, "It is terrible having the doctors play a part in this. It smacks of what Nazi doctors did during World War II. It seems the medical profession has an obligation to speak out, to say that no doctor can ethically work with the people at Guantanamo." 38 Some medical people did indeed speak out, but not enough to overturn this sordid partnership. Many lawyers too denounced the entire 222. 223. Guantanamo arrangement, as did some psychologists who sought to pass resolutions condemning illegal practices at their professional conventions, but with only limited success. Meanwhile, Guantanamo has shattered the lives of many people, a good number of them probably innocent or guilty of minor crimes, since late 2001. Hundreds have been essentially kidnapped, kept in horrid conditions without due process, and quite often tortured in some way. The prisons have done plenty to generate more hatred of the U.S. while revealing once again the outrageous degree of U.S. criminality. An American lawyer who once sought to represent detainees and visited Guantanamo remarked, "There seems to be a new world order, an acceptance of utter illegality. You have all these wonderful treaties after World War II, the Geneva Conventions, bans on torture, and all of them have been torn up. Effectively you are allowing international law to be rewritten." 39. Abu Ghraib, Chamber of Horrors. The shocking criminal abuses of prisoners at the Abu Ghraib facility outside of Baghdad first became known to the American public in April 2004, when the TV program 60 Minutes 2 broke a story with photographs detailing torture and humiliation of Iraqi inmates during 2003. At about the same time, Seymour Hersh wrote an article for The New Yorker reporting essentially the same litany of abuses. 40 The astonishingly large number of acts, spanning many different types of abuses, were said to be committed by personnel of the 372nd Military Police Company, the CIA, and other U.S. agencies. On the 60 Minutes program moderated by Dan Rather, Brigadier General Mark Kimmitt, then Deputy Director of Coalition Operations in Iraq, said, "I'd like to sit here and say that these are the only prisoner abuse cases we are aware of, but we know that there have been some other ones since we've been here in Iraq." Former Marine Lt. Col. Bill Cowan was also interviewed, admitting, "We went into Iraq to stop things like this from happening, and indeed here they are happening under our tutelage." 41 In reality, the Chamber of Horrors at several Iraqi detention centers during the U.S. occupation had already become widely known to investigators, as had those in Afghanistan and Guantanamo. Reports surfaced of widespread criminal mistreatment, lack of due process, and harsh interrogation methods at least a year before the 60 Minutes feature. Pentagon and CIA torture practices. 223. 224. Many of them carried out at secret locations, were hardly a secret within the human rights community. Already in April, May 2003, the International Red Cross and other human rights groups were complaining about U.S. mistreatment of Iraqi, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and other detainees, many held incommunicado and or without charges being filed against them. As early as January 13, 2004, a U.S. military policeman gave Army investigators a computer disk containing graphic photos of abuse at Abu Ghraib. Information became available that torture and kindred abuses, some leading to death, had been practiced routinely at 4 other prisons aside from Abu Ghraib, abuses that most independent observers soon identified as war crimes. A report by Major General Antonio Taguba concluded that Iraqi prisoners were subjected to sadistic, blatant, and wanton criminal abuses. 42 Interviewed shortly thereafter, President Bush said the abuse was abhorrent and does not represent the America that I know, but he never offered any apology, nor did he move toward disciplining or removing high-level military officers whose commands extended to the detention centers in Iraq. 43 By May 2004, terrible reports, photos, videos, and witness testimony regarding Abu Ghraib abuses continued to surface. According to this accumulated evidence, dogs had attacked and intimidated prisoners, naked prisoners were beaten and even shot for misbehavior, poisonous snakes were set on prisoners, and groups of naked detainees were forced into piles on the prison floor for the amusement of guards. Indeed, the list of horrors was seemingly endless: pouring acid on captives, sodomizing prisoners with batons and other items, urinating on detainees, tying ropes on prisoners' legs and dragging them across the floor, jumping on detainees' legs and other body parts, constant taunting of prisoners, deprivation of sleep and food, to name the most egregious. Many prisoners died of the horrific treatment, while perhaps others wanted to die. According to the testimony of Amin Saeed al-Sheikh, they said, "We will make you wish to die and it will not happen. They stripped me naked. One of them told me he would rape me, and makes me stand in a shameful position holding my buttocks." 44 Prisoners were hooded, shackled, and forced into stress positions as part of regular procedures at U.S. operated prisons, which housed thousands of detainees. In some measure, this abuse was a product of harsh and coercive interrogation methods long practiced by the CIA and the Pentagon. They were scarcely novel, except perhaps for the scope. In 2004, a Red Cross investigation concluded that in 224, 225 military intelligence work at Abu Ghraib, methods of physical and psychological coercion used by the interrogators appeared to be part of the standard operating procedures by military intelligence personnel to obtain confessions and extract information. 45 The horrors inflicted at Abu Ghraib and elsewhere, however, more often seemed unrelated to strict interrogation processes, but rather fell into the category of sadistic mistreatment and punishment. Thus, in August 2004, a military investigator reported that soldiers charged with criminal activity said they were joking around, having some fun during the night shift. 46 The events at Abu Ghraib, of course, were ultimately just one episode within the larger pattern of U.S. military occupation, bringing several years of ongoing death and destruction to Iraq. Indeed, prison abuse formed a logical part of the general mosaic, established in Washington and carried out with cruel rationality in the field, where U.S. troops were perpetually surrounded by enemies viewed as terrorists and ordinary criminals. The atmosphere was pervasive, not only detention centers but homes, checkpoints, urban neighborhoods, and roadways became arenas of armed contestation, including arrests, beatings, home invasions, shootings, bombings, and massacres carried out routinely. Reports that U.S. military leaders ordered routine beatings of Iraqis were increasingly common from 2003 onward. Troops were ordered to crank up the violence level in the struggle to quell insurgency, all methods justified by an implacably evil opponent. Marine Corporal Saul Lopez Romo said the general combat atmosphere permitted beatings, torture, and killings at random, both in and out of the prisons. Following a procedure called dead checking, moreover, it had become almost de rigueur for American troops to simply go ahead and kill the wounded according to the maxim, if somebody is worth shooting once, they're worth shooting twice. 47 such atrocities were rarely covered by the press, suggesting an indifference born of a mixture of arrogance and adaptation to routine. Here the media and public outrage over torture at Abu Ghraib represents a departure from the norm. At Abu Ghraib, although investigations revealed that abuses took place in a context of orders from above, media and political focus settled on lower-level military guards at the site, those who acknowledged guilt in most cases but who uniformly said they were following commands to soften up and otherwise intimidate prisoners, at least partly to gain intelligence. It was these lower-level personnel, moreover, who would receive the brunt of 225. 226. The punishment. One such guard was Specialist Charles Grainer, considered a ringleader at Abu Ghraib, who had become a Bible-thumping super patriot after September 11 and was a veteran of the 1991 Gulf War. Grainer habitually left biblical scriptures engraved in his front yard at home in Pennsylvania. Described as a wonderful dad and husband by friends, Grainer was viewed as just an all-around good kid by his fellow soldiers, another gung-ho patriot. Once back in Iraq, however, Grainer's sadistic side apparently surfaced full force, as reports indicated that he loved to punch detainees and had a special preference for stacking up and taunting naked Iraqis. 48. In the end, Grainer was found guilty, in January 2005, on several counts: conspiracy to maltreat detainees, failing to protect prisoners from abuse, and cruelty, as well as assault, indecency, adultery, and obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison. Another instigator of the Abu Ghraib horrors was PFC. Lindy, England, not quite as religious or super patriotic as Grainer but equally zealous in carrying out the mayhem. When first interviewed, she was rather flippant, suggesting that the actions in question were basically just us fooling around and that we thought it looked funny, so pictures were taken. Ultimately, both England and Grainer told investigators they were following orders to soften up prisoners. Convicted of conspiracy, mistreating detainees, and an indecent act, England faced a 10-year sentence but was given 3 years and a dishonorable discharge. Other lower-level soldiers convicted included SGT. Michael Smith, sentenced in March 2006 to 179 days in prison and a bad conduct discharge, SGT. Santos Cardona, sentenced to 90 days hard labor and then transferred and promoted, Specialist Jeremy Sivitz, sentenced in May 2004 to 1 year with a bad conduct discharge, SGT. Javal Davis, sentenced in February 2005 to 6 months with a bad conduct discharge, SGT. Yvonne Frederick, sentenced in October 2004 to 8 years and a dishonorable discharge, Specialist Sabrina Harmon, sentenced in May 2005 to 6 months with a bad conduct discharge. A few others involved in the abuses received lesser punishment, while some were cleared of all charges owing to insufficient evidence. 49. What then of the higher-level military officers in charge of operations in Iraq? What of the larger chain of command going all the way to Washington? As mentioned, both Grainer and England. 226. 227. Along with several others convicted at Abu Ghraib, said they were essentially following orders. In fact, military reports indicated that Colonel Thomas Pappas, commander of an intelligence unit at Abu Ghraib, and Lt. Col. Stephen Jordan bore serious responsibility for the abuses but were not directly involved and therefore would not be prosecuted. Pappas was eventually relieved of his command in May 2005 after receiving non-judicial punishment for dereliction of duty and a reprimand that effectively ended his military career. Lt. Col. Jordan was the highest-ranking Army officer to face charges 12 in all, with 8 of them dismissed, but in August 2007 he was acquitted and received only a reprimand for disobeying an order not to publicly discuss the prisoner abuse investigations. Brigadier General Janis Karpinski, Abu Ghraib commandant during 2003-04, was removed from her position and demoted to colonel in May 2005, ending her chances of further career advancement. Both Karpinski and Pappas indicated that authority for the abuses came from General Ricardo Sanchez, the U.S. commander in Iraq at the time, and that those convicted were being used as scapegoats for policies that at least informally had encouraged harsh treatment to get information regarding the insurgency. These allegations were naturally denied by General Sanchez as well as by General Jeffrey Miller, in charge of all U.S. detention facilities, who said that no official statements or memos traceable to prison abuses could ever be located. Neither General Sanchez nor General Miller was allowed to retire on the best terms, but at the same time they were given no punishment. Karpinski and Pappas were obviously right in their contention, as were soldiers who said they were just following orders. As we have seen, torture and other forms of prisoner abuse had in fact become a staple of Pentagon and CIA detention programs, intensified after September 11, while extraordinary methods were justified at the highest levels of government and military. We have also seen how widespread abuses were practiced and defended at Guantanamo in Afghanistan and other locations where prisoners in the war on terrorism were held. In this charged environment, it would be preposterous not to view the crimes at Abu Ghraib as part of a larger agenda congruent with the war on terrorism. It might well be that operatives involved in prison abuses were poorly trained and overstressed, or were inadequately informed of Geneva III provisions, but that hardly furnishes a thorough view of the larger picture. A Human. 227. 228. Rights Watch report in April 2005 described Abu Ghraib as simply one facet of a much larger operation. According to HRW Special Counsel Reed Brody, Abu Ghraib was only the tip of the iceberg. It's now clear that abuse of detainees has happened all over, from Afghanistan to Guantanamo Bay to a lot of third world dungeons where the United States has sent prisoners. And probably quite a few other places we don't even know about. Brody added that, in the case of General Sanchez in Iraq, the fact widespread criminal activities went on directly under his command and he failed to halt them makes him legally culpable. 50. In the end, not surprisingly, the higher echelon figures from Sanchez to Rumsfeld, Gonzalez, and Bush were given the full benefit of the doubt and spared genuine legal, media, and political scrutiny. Documents obtained by the American Civil Liberties Union and some media outlets reveal that General Sanchez did in fact authorize use of military dogs, temperature extremes, and sensory deprivation as part of ongoing interrogation methods at Abu Ghraib, apparently validating claims that guards were just following orders. 51. According to Karpinski, such orders went all the way up to Secretary Rumsfeld, a clear violation of Geneva III and the Torture Convention, if true. Predictably, both Sanchez and Rumsfeld denied such charges. But Rumsfeld at least accepted responsibility, saying he felt terrible about mistreatment of detainees and emphasizing it was un-American, inconsistent with the values of our nation. His main complaint seemed to be elsewhere. However, we're functioning in a wartime situation, in the information age, where people are running around with digital cameras and taking these unbelievable photographs and then passing them off, against the law, to the media, to our surprise, when they had not even arrived at the Pentagon. 52. In any event, efforts to depict U.S. torture and other abuses as an aberration, as un-American as the product of a few out-of-control sadistic prison guards, could not be sustained given the broader context, policies formulated in Washington, similar practices carried out elsewhere, and the fierce hostility toward Iraqis generated by the occupation. The prolonged and effective insurgency, rooted in an urban-based guerrilla campaign, obviously caught the U.S. war planners off guard, giving rise to desperate military attempts to crush the opposition with harsh methods. No one should be astonished to find that such methods would include the kinds of abuses prevalent at Abu Ghraib. 228. 229. In the end, moral outrage over the Abu Ghraib events did not seem to reverberate very deeply across the political culture or within the military establishment. The general outlook appeared to be that the abuses were isolated, at odds with American traditions, and, however shocking, clearly understandable in the epic struggle to defeat the plague of terrorism. A common response was to minimize or deflect attention from the events. Thus Senator James Inhofe, a leading member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, mocked the idea that the abuses deserved outrage. "I'm probably not the only one up at this table more outraged by the outrage than we are by the treatment are not there for traffic violations. They're murderers, they're terrorists, they're insurgents. Many of them probably have American blood on their hands. And here we're so concerned about the treatment of those individuals." 53 said radio host Rush Limbaugh, whose audience numbers several million. "This is not different than what happens at the Skull and Bones initiation, and we're going to ruin people's lives over it, and we're going to hamper our military effort, and then we are going to really hammer them because they had a good time. You know, these people are being fired at every day. I'm talking about people having a good time, these people. You ever heard of emotional release?" 54 Fuad Ajami, Director of Middle East Studies at Johns Hopkins, commented that most of the anger over Abu Ghraib was contrived anger outside Iraq, most of it coming from people who never uttered a word about Saddam Hussein's atrocities. 55 As for the Pentagon, it spoke loudly when, in summer 2006, General Miller, supervisor of detainee operations at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, was allowed to retire without facing disciplinary action of any sort. On the contrary, Miller was awarded a Distinguished Service Medal and praised by Rumsfeld for an outstanding career at the very time HRW said he should be hiring lawyers for his defense rather than getting military awards. In the documentary Ghosts of Abu Ghraib, Rory Kennedy's interviews with participants in the events revealed a similar willingness to downplay or even justify the mistreatment. One or two of the guards expressed some contrition, as did Karpinski, who, as in the case of others on the scene, framed the problem in more general terms. Soldiers, fearful, stressed out, and vengeful, were turned into robots simply following orders, or at least what they believed were expectations in a difficult war to defeat terrorists. Most interviewees justified the horrors which, regrettably, were unavoidable in dealing with a large assemblage of ruthless criminals bent on mayhem and 229. 230. Violence. Others responded that the prison activities in question were simply a matter of business as usual, of troops behaving as might be expected in a frenzied combat situation. No moral criteria entered the picture. The fact that so many detainees were stripped naked, sexually intimidated or violated, beaten, hooded, shackled, handcuffed, and forced into stress positions, not to mention sleep-deprived, provoked little if any outrage at the scene. One of those convicted, specialist Sabrina Harmon, spoke at length about the atrocities as if she were describing a movie or tennis match. "It was all in a day's work, nothing special." Photographed laughing next to an Iraqi corpse, she was totally unapologetic, explaining that she always liked to smile for photos. Another participant revealed that any soldiers publicly critical of the atrocities at the time there were a few had to be quickly sent back to the States before they too wound up as casualties. A few commentators argued that the events of Abu Ghraib could be traced back to a certain darkness in human nature which, if true, would at least morally exonerate those Americans culpable of war crimes. What emerged from Ghosts of Abu Ghraib was a bleak and depressing picture of military behavior, where moral and legal restraints had essentially vanished. Media revelations of what took place at Abu Ghraib as well as other U.S.-run detention centers gave rise to a series of investigations, including one authored by Generals George R. Fay and Anthony R. Jones, which recommended charges against 41 people assigned to Abu Ghraib at the time of the abuses. A report by General Antonio M. Taguba identified command failures and wrongdoing by several military police troops. Yet another investigation led by Lt. General Paul T. Mikolaszek, Army Inspector General, concluded that the problem was one of a breakdown of military procedures and that the abuses were aberrations from the norm. These and later inquiries were internal, that is, conducted by the military itself, leaving only to outright speculation what an independent report might have found. Such investigations wound up sidestepping what had become obvious: the prison abuses in Iraq were systemic and far-reaching, going all the way to the top military and government leadership in Washington, symbolizing in many ways the general horrors of U.S. intervention in Iraq. A subsequent episode of the protracted Abu Ghraib saga came in late 2007 with the farcical trial of Lt. Col. Stephen Jordan, the highest-ranking officer actually living at the prison in 2003 and commonly referred to as the mayor of Abu Ghraib. Since Jordan 231 had effective oversight of all activities at the detention center, he was someone who ought to have been held fully accountable for the atrocities, and indeed he was the only officer the Army decided to bring to court-martial. He was charged with several counts of prisoner abuse, but these charges were dropped as the prosecution opted instead to pursue a count of disobeying superior orders during the Abu Ghraib investigations that could have meant 5 years in prison. Found guilty, Jordan ultimately received only a mild reprimand, and the conviction was eventually erased from his military record. 56 Throughout his trial, Jordan was treated with great courtesy, even by prosecutors, as the proceedings appeared set up to diminish the gravity of what had taken place at Abu Ghraib. Jordan's role in the events was deliberately made ambiguous, as if the superior officer had little knowledge of what was happening in his domain. 57 The defense team argued that the defendant was completely oblivious to the abuse, which, in fact, had become increasingly routine by fall 2003. Investigations by General Taguba and others revealed that Colonel Jordan was responsible for ensuring that interrogation techniques would facilitate the flow of data. According to one testimony, by SGT Sam Province, Col. Jordan and Capt. Wood were the people running the show. They would be together. They would be like mom and dad. You had this feeling of family there. Everyone was so friendly and loving. 58 Why the Army decided to let Jordan off with just a token punishment is difficult to fathom, and has never been adequately explained. One possibility is the sickening ethos of denial surrounding the Abu Ghraib events. Another is the willingness of people within the military culture to come to the defense of a colleague seen, in the final analysis, as just a good soldier doing the best job he could under trying circumstances. Testifying on Jordan's behalf, Colonel Robert Norton said, "He's a man I'd go to war with in a heartbeat. He was a team player." Also singing the praises of Jordan as just another hard-working Army officer were representatives of Northrop Grumman, ITT, General Dynamics, and other military contractors ready to protect a compatriot in the business of extending U.S. imperial power. In summer 2007, a report of the International Committee of the Red Cross concluded that treatment of prisoners at the hands of the Bush administration involved repeated practices of cruel and degrading treatment, that is, torture. The report was based on extensive interviews with U.S. detainees at Guantanamo and elsewhere, including infamous 231, 232 black site CIA locations. The brutality included beatings, people being slammed into walls, waterboarding, and exposure to extremes of heat and cold. In December 2008, the U.S. Senate issued a bipartisan report concluding that decisions made at the top of the chain of command, citing Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld in particular, were a direct cause of detainee abuses at Abu Ghraib, Guantanamo, and elsewhere. The Bush administration was blamed for creating a legal and moral climate in which sustained abuses, including physical pressures and mental degradation, could take place. This report, based on an 18-month investigation in which thousands of documents were reviewed and 70 people interviewed, went against the standard conclusions reached by most earlier internal military reports that rejected systemic interpretations while exculpating higher echelon officials. Mercenary terrorism. The kind of atrocities committed at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, as previously in Vietnam, are no longer restricted to military units. The past 2 decades have seen the rapid growth of corporate warriors referred to as professional military corporations that came into vogue with the Bush administration and its emphasis on a revolution in military affairs. These private soldiers, mostly highly paid support operatives, have come to perform a wide range of battlefield, security, and reconstruction activities at a time when the Pentagon has encountered ongoing recruitment crises. Now a $100 billion a year industry, PMCs like MPRI, DynCorp, Blackwater, and KBR draw from experienced combat veterans around the world to provide vital military and other skills. Over time the PMCs have developed a strong interest in war, in promoting aggressive military policies, and in pursuing combat ventures wherever U.S. geopolitical interests dictate. Their militarism stems from a mixture of profit-making and patriotism, infused with a love of battlefield combat. A major problem with PMCs, however, is their near-total immunity from legal sanctions in the countries where they operate to some extent, indeed, from international rules of engagement. As of late 2008 there were an estimated 100,000 private warriors in Iraq alone, hired by the very companies involved at Abu Ghraib and other detention centers. Critics label the PMCs an outlaw force beholden to no domestic or global authority. 232. 233. In September 2007 guards employed by the security corporation Blackwater USA were accused of shooting to death 17 Iraqi civilians while protecting a State Department motorcade in Baghdad. Angered Iraqi officials immediately moved to cancel Blackwater's license to operate in the country, the first effort of a government compromised by occupation to assert itself against foreign security contractors long accused of outlaw behavior in the streets of Baghdad and other cities. Since 2003 the PMCs, crucial to the U.S. agenda in Iraq, had been subordinate only to their State Department employers, who gave them virtually free rein. The Iraq National Security Advisor, Mawaf Akrabal, said his government should use the September 2007 episode to begin overhauling private security guards' immunity from Iraqi jurisdiction, granted by Coalition Provisional Authority head L. Paul Bremer III in 2003 and later extended a measure called CPA Order 17, passed outside any democratic process. While many Iraqis demanded that the Blackwater operatives be held legally accountable for murder, there were no procedures in place to do so. In fact, the PMCs were not even subject to Universal Code of Military Justice rules in Iraq or anywhere else. 59. The September 2007 incident was only one of many where private security contractors employed by the U.S. shot and killed Iraqi civilians. Despite reports of these and other atrocities, including torture, no PMC employee was ever prosecuted in the U.S. or Iraq, although they are theoretically accountable to American domestic laws. Witnesses said 13 people were wounded along with the 17 killed when the security convoy came speeding by Nasor Square at the edge of the Mansur district in western Baghdad. Although U.S. Embassy and Blackwater officials claimed the convoy had come under fire, Iraqi witnesses at the scene reported that no one had attacked the convoy. 60 Blackwater said their personnel were simply returning fire, part of a defensive response. Based in Moyock, New Jersey, and founded by a former Navy SEAL, Blackwater as of late 2008 hired nearly 1,000 people in Iraq, being praised by the Pentagon as a vital partner of the U.S. military. The September 2007 killings were investigated by the Iraq Interior Ministry, which concluded that the armed guards fired on civilians without provocation. Yet the U.S. Embassy almost immediately agreed to allow Blackwater to resume its work, thumbing its nose at domestic authorities that, in any case, have no leverage in dealing with military occupation forces. In the aftermath of the incident, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice quickly defended Blackwater. 233. 234. Saying we have needed and received the protection of Blackwater for a number of years now. 61. The State Department contended that Blackwater and other PMCs do not require a license from the Iraqi government to perform their security functions since their contracts are authorized directly by U.S. officials, a peculiar notion for those claiming to bring democracy to Iraq. Even American officials, however, admitted that previous PMC misdeeds in Iraq had been swept under the rug. There was never any criminal liability. It's one of the big holes we've had in our policy, the lack of control, the lack of supervision over the security force, according to one U.S. diplomat in the field. No one took on the responsibility of policing these units, neither the military nor the regional security office. So many people, not just the Blackwater people, are there in Baghdad unsupervised with basically diplomatic immunity. 62 PMC operations in Iraq were described as carte blanche, as in the Wild West, with armed mercenaries roaming the land freely. The diplomat said that incident reports were a whitewash, and nobody did anything about them, adding that in a few cases Blackwater and other corporations fired workers for killing civilians, but those same workers could be back in Iraq with another firm in a few months, part of a revolving door. Observed one security contractor quoted by the Los Angeles Times, "They are all untouchable. They've shot up other private security contractors, Iraqi military police, and civilians, often pushing themselves through crowded urban streets in the process." 63. The vast majority of these incidents went entirely unreported. There is actually nothing new about U.S. reliance on corporate-funded mercenaries. The Pentagon, State Department, and CIA have employed some variant of PMCs for many years, but since the early 1990s their rapid growth in the field has deeply influenced military operations. Since 1994 the Pentagon alone has entered into 3,600 contracts with 12 U.S. companies worth more than $300 billion. 64. One great advantage of PMCs over regular military units is loosened oversight and regulations, allowing for greater secrecy and latitude in dealing with rules of engagement. Since their work is often depicted as humanitarian, the PMCs usually receive less political fallout when things go wrong, although revelations of the 2007 Blackwater atrocities in Iraq augured something of a change in this. 65. In Saudi Arabia, MPRI, Vinal, and DynCorp have trained security forces well known for their use of torture. Based in Falls Church, Virginia, DynCorp International has worked closely with the U.S. military in Afghanistan, Iraq, Bolivia, Bosnia, Somalia, Haiti, Colombia, Kosovo, and Kuwait, where it trains local police and military forces. In Colombia it helped the army eradicate coca crops and crush rebellions, often taking on direct combat roles. In most cases the PMCs had no legal standing but were highly potent armed units ready for action. 66. As for DynCorp, which receives 96% of its $2 billion annual revenue from the federal government, its employees have been implicated in the trafficking of women and children in Bosnia during the late 1990s, although no one ever faced criminal sanctions. In Afghanistan the firm has come under heavy criticism for aggressive tactics in its training and oversight of local police forces. 67. The situation in Iraq, predictably, has been even worse. In September 2005 General Karl Horst, deputy commander of the 3rd Infantry Division, complaining about DynCorp and other PMCs, said, "These guys run loose in this country and do stupid stuff. There's no authority over them, so you can't come down hard on them when they escalate force. They shoot people, and someone else has to deal with the aftermath. It happens all over the place." 68. In May 2007 the ACLU filed suit against a Boeing Company subsidiary accused of facilitating CIA programs involving torture and other abuses. Since 2001 Jeppesen Dataplan Incorporated, of San Jose, was reported to have provided services to the CIA for its extraordinary rendition programs scattered across numerous locations. According to the suit filed by 3 plaintiffs, the firm assisted the CIA in carrying out more than 70 rendition activities, based on investigations conducted in Spain, Sweden, Italy, and Pakistan. The company was said to be involved in extracting confessions as part of the war on terrorism. The ACLU went to court under the Alien Tort Claims Act of 1789, which allows foreigners to file suits in U.S. courts for human rights violations. 69 In February 2009, however, the Obama administration urged the Federal Court of Appeals to throw out the lawsuit, invoking the infamous state secrets privilege that Bush had repeatedly used, insisting that all CIA programs should be kept secret as a matter of national security. In the case of Blackwater, its fortunes skyrocketed in the wake of 9/11, the war on terrorism, and the U.S. invasion of Iraq, giving 235. 236. Rise to a reinforced Praetorian Guard presence in the Middle East and beyond. According to Jeremy Scahill, PMCs like Blackwater represent a dramatic new phase in Pentagon evolution where privatization and outsourcing of military activity permit greater strategic flexibility along with lessened political and legal accountability, not to mention enhanced corporate profits. 70 Thus, with almost no public debates, the Bush administration has outsourced to the private sector many of the functions historically handled by the military. 71 And private forces are almost a necessity for a United States bent on retaining its declining empire. 72 In a context of military occupation as in Iraq, moreover, Blackwater and kindred contractors have provided crucial infrastructural and security functions, allowing the military to concentrate on combat operations, as the PMCs escape institutional and legal accountability. Since they are outside the law, operatives working for private contractors can often get away with all manner of antisocial behavior and human rights violations leading up to torture and murder. According to Scahill, Iraq witnessed a wave of abductions, torture, and killings at the hands of PMC operatives similar to the U.S.-sponsored death squad horrors in Central America during the 1980s. By late 2006, when an average of nearly 1,000 Iraqis were being killed every week, the big-picture reality was that the country was quickly becoming the global epicenter of privatized warfare with scores of heavily armed groups of various loyalties and agendas roaming Iraq. 73 In this setting, it is hardly surprising to find PMC groups described as stormtroopers, in this case possessing their own private aircraft, vehicles, weapons caches, and communications systems. Of course, the people who run the PMCs see their work differently, as a vehicle of peace, democracy, and stability. In February 2007, to cite another flagrant instance of PMC mayhem, a sniper killed 3 guards outside the state-run Iraqi media network office in Baghdad. An investigation quickly revealed that Blackwater was guilty, but no one was ever charged, much less convicted of what was an attack on a news outlet considered less than friendly to the U.S. occupation. Everything was kept silent behind a great wall of secrecy. One American official even conceded. Because they are security, everything was a big secret. They draw the wagon circle. They protect each other. 74 There are massive efforts to protect the guilty, who already benefit from an immunity shield, answering only to the U.S. Embassy security staff. Added one Iraqi government official, they don't have car licenses. They don't have any names. 236. 237. Nobody knows who they are. If they are asked anyway, they bully people. 75 Another Iraqi official referred to the PMC operatives, quite appropriately, as nothing but a pack of criminals. The U.S. government does not count PMC workers as soldiers and therefore does not count those killed while on duty as part of overall casualty statistics, allowing this significant part of military engagement to be hidden from view. It is generally believed, moreover, that privatization augments the corporate potential for war-making profits. And since PMCs function mostly outside any system of legality, their capacity to commit atrocities of the sort attributed to Blackwater in September 2007 is heightened. Rules of engagement are thrown to the wind. It is for this and other reasons that such contracting work was declared illegal by the Geneva Conventions. At the same time, The oft-heard argument that PMCs constitute a fundamental remaking of the U.S. war machine or allow for a renovated combat force seems far-fetched. After all, the familiar military-industrial complex has always been just that, a tight, ever-expanding partnership between the Pentagon and huge corporations with consistently high profits accruing to dozens of major contractors. Viewed thusly, privatization hardly suggests a radical departure from the past but rather a different arrangement of priorities within the larger war machine. As for U.S. personnel in the field, while military forces are indeed subject to more rigid formal controls than workers at the PMCs, their record of war crimes and human rights abuses has nonetheless far exceeded that of the private contractors, even in Iraq. The PMCs, which have actually been deployed for decades, must therefore be seen as just an augmented extension of Pentagon operations instead of some new out-of-control monster. Outlawry and denial. What generalizations, then, can be set forth about the U.S. legacy of atrocities of the kind explored in this chapter? What are the historical circumstances surrounding American global outlawry? We have already seen how practices of illegal detention, murder, assassination, torture, and myriad human rights abuses are neither isolated nor particularly novel but fit a long-standing pattern of behavior geared to imperial ambitions going back long before the Bush administration. Barbarism is not the product of mistakes or deviations from supposedly exemplary professional norms, much less the evil machinations of a few sadistic thugs. Such. 237. 238. Outlaw behavior perfectly coincides with U.S. imperial objectives that only became more aggressive with the rise of Bush and the neocons. We have seen how national exceptionalism, demonization of foreign targets, growth of military violence, and spread of U.S. global power have fed this logic. In the present context, it is easy enough to see how media and political stereotyping of Arabs and Muslims enters into American efforts to control, pacify, and remake the Middle East to suit its own economic and geopolitical ends. At this historical conjuncture, it is undeniably true that brutal practices have been carried out by ordinary soldiers and others driven by a combination of social and psychological forces: fear, conformity, revenge, egoism, hatred of the enemy. Sadism too enters the picture, but in its absence the legacy of American battlefield crimes would surely be little different. On the other hand, the larger historical pattern suggests that moral and legal responsibility for the outlawry must extend all the way to the top leadership in the Pentagon and White House. We have seen how, in the contemporary situation, practices such as torture have been officially endorsed or simply ignored at the commanding heights in Washington, while the CIA is known to have carried out extraordinary rendition programs for decades. This means that military commanders in the field, their superiors at the Pentagon, and civilian leaders up to the president could be, indeed should be, held accountable for war crimes under provisions of international law and even the War Crimes Act of 1996. According to Nuremberg precedent, senior officials in the chain of command are to be prosecuted for criminal activity that takes place under their authority. In the case of Iraq, however, only lower-level soldiers at Abu Ghraib and elsewhere have been criminally prosecuted and punished. Their military and government leaders, responsible for setting the broader agendas, have gotten off unscathed. The same can be said for every U.S. initiated war in which battlefield atrocities are known to have taken place. Further, despite a constant flow of rhetoric about human rights and rule of law, Washington has shown relatively little interest in upholding basic principles of international law throughout the post-war years. As for the order of atrocities discussed in the present chapter, we have seen how the Bush administration not only escaped culpability but deliberately chose policies in direct conflict with international rules and norms. Constraints on action have been resisted at every turn, while secrecy, lies, and cover-ups have been the norm. Investigations into wrongdoing have been mostly internal affairs, with the Pentagon typically probing. 238. 239. Its own domain. Penalties for violations have been shockingly few and mild, as detailed above, reflecting a pattern visible in Vietnam and elsewhere. No independent tribunals were ever set up. Meanwhile, Bush was until the end reluctant to abandon harsh and cruel rendition techniques long practiced by the CIA and known to be illegal. For example, when the Senate in late 2005 passed a measure prohibiting the U.S. from using cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment on any detainee, anywhere in the world, Bush, threatening a veto, managed to get CIA exemption. Later, in July 2007, Bush signed an executive order clearing the way for the CIA to continue its harsh interrogation methods, thus enabling the intelligence agency to operate according to special rules outside both domestic and international law. And Bush maintained his stance that foreign terrorists are not entitled to basic rights under the Geneva Conventions. General outrage in the U.S. at revelations of torture and other abuses at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib have been mostly episodic and muted, following the established discourse that such behavior is isolated and marginal, the product of a few renegade thugs. There is a pervasive mood in American society that excesses like torture might well be justified in fighting the war on terrorism. Not only law professors such as John Woo and Alan Dershowitz have argued as much, so too have editorials in leading newspapers like the Wall Street Journal. Taking a cue from Dershowitz, Mirko Bagaric and Julie Clark insist in their 2007 book Torture that such practices are not only permissible but obligatory where harsh treatment of wrongdoers might end up saving innocent lives. They argue, given the choice between inflicting a relatively small level of harm on a wrongdoer and saving an innocent person, it is verging on moral indecency to prefer the interests of the wrongdoer. They add, it is indefensible to suggest that there should be any absolute ban on torture. 76 The atrocities explored in this chapter, however, go far beyond the limited examples that Bagaric and Clark have in mind, and the focus easily surpasses the question of information that might be gained by means of harsh and cruel rendition. Further, the very social composition of wrongdoers in specific circumstances, for example, the U.S. in Iraq, will likely be just the reverse of what the authors glibly presume. In the U.S., at least, both media and political culture have long been in a state of denial regarding the historical and systematic character of American outlaw behavior that has resurfaced in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Guantanamo. The issue of torture has never 239. 240. Received anything resembling a full public airing, much less thorough legal investigation within the framework of an independent tribunal. It has been more business as usual for an imperial power whose leaders believe they can set their own rules while engaging in criminal behavior with impunity fitting the special claims of a great and noble superpower. The dominant belief appears to be that a nation embracing such enlightened goals as democracy, freedom, human rights, and peace ought to be granted broad latitude in its conduct of foreign and military policy, indeed that it should be exempt from precedents and norms routinely applied to other nations. Surveys reveal that more than half of all Americans are prepared to accept torture when it is used against designated enemies, that is, against those already demonized in the media as the wrongdoers mentioned above. That humane treatment ought to be extended to terrorists and kindred villains is frequently ridiculed in the media, especially in prevalently right-wing talk radio. Aside from lawyers and academics, other professionals have sometimes been complicit in an outlaw agenda, for example, psychologists assisting the military in refining its harsh interrogation techniques. 77 In the wake of the Abu Ghraib revelations, it is true, the media and politicians came forth to protest U.S. behavior, but their concerns revolved less around moral revulsion than fears the behavior would be counterproductive to American interests. It could hurt the U.S. image abroad and possibly lead to similar cruel treatment of U.S. captives. In the end, while torture and related forms of violence might be counterproductive to some U.S. military agendas, they are best viewed as endemic to the far-reaching imperial operations of the permanent war economy and security state. As the pattern continues, however, the willful and often brazen use of torture reveals a wealth of insights into the modus operandi of an imperial power reluctant to concede limits to its geopolitical aims and international behavior. Integral to a sprawling leviathan that stands outside all legality, Such practices not only recall those of historical fascism but could signify revival of that ideology as the US accelerates its pursuit of global supremacy. 240. Conclusion, Empire or Survival. While the ideal of an orderly and peaceful international society grounded in universal norms goes back several centuries, efforts to forge a coherent legal framework where, among other things, laws of warfare could be agreed upon and codified began in earnest little more than a century ago. The Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907 represented a major, though still partial, breakthrough on this terrain. The horrors of World War II, leading to the Nuremberg and Tokyo tribunals, the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the 1948 Geneva Convention, gave new impetus to a system of international law that, it was hoped, would at the very least curtail the worst excesses of modern warfare. As we have seen, a new moral zeitgeist evolved, its main premises being the equal standing of all sovereign nations, the principle of national self-determination, and the outlawing of military force except in cases of national self-defense. A new legal order would identify and punish war crimes, crimes against humanity, and human rights abuses while blocking the spread of weapons of mass destruction and, in time, the militarization of outer space. With the nuclear onslaught at Hiroshima and Nagasaki still in clear memory, world leaders were anxious to short-circuit possible doomsday scenarios. This zeitgeist was upheld not only by the UN Charter and Geneva Statutes but by a series of post-war multinational treaties, the work of Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, and eventually by the Rome Statutes that gave rise to the International Criminal Court, the first truly independent global tribunal. Indispensable to hopes for a lawful global order were the normative ideals of universality and reciprocity, meaning that no state regardless of its power and wealth should be permitted to stand outside the legal consensus. This post-war order, however, never achieved more than a partial, conflicted outcome in an era of international politics marked by deep conflicts endemic to the world system. The zeitgeist failed to take hold. The promise of a binding legal framework, despite momentary breakthroughs, met with increasing defeat and futility. Over the past few decades the world has descended into a morass of lawlessness that, should it persist or worsen, could threaten future human survival. It would be tempting to identify the problem as 241, 241, 242. That of an amorphous, general drift toward Hobbesian chaos and violence, the result of globalizing, systemic forces at work beyond the control of any specific economic interests or political actors. The main thrust of this book, however, points consistently in another direction, the outlaw behavior of a militaristic United States bent on global domination. Superpower ambitions have inevitably clashed with the requirements of a lawful and peaceful world order, whatever high-sounding rhetoric Washington might invoke to justify its imperial projects. The militaristic outlook that actually governs U.S. foreign policy undermines both national and global constraints needed for the advent of genuine internationalism. While many prefer to think that present-day American lawlessness departs radically from the past, as reflected in the Bush Doctrine and the preemptive U.S. invasion of Iraq, in fact lawlessness has deep roots in a national exceptionalism that today, as before, extends across the ideological spectrum. The U.S. has been something of a rogue state since its formation, its definition, rationale, and scope having changed to fit new historical circumstances. Today this legacy is powerfully magnified by several conditions: the post-Cold War rise of the U.S. as the lone superpower, the increasingly effective global reach of its war machine, its virtual monopoly of WMD, and the capacity to invoke the war on terror in the service of expanded military force and endless war. By the early 21st century, it would not be too far-fetched to depict the U.S. as the foremost menace to planetary survival. Washington has waged illegal warfare in flagrant contempt of the UN, international law, and world public opinion, carried out indiscriminate attacks on civilians and life-supporting infrastructures, broken or disregarded many international treaties, perpetrated massacres and other atrocities, practiced torture, carried out crimes by proxy, planned the militarization of outer space, possesses by far the largest nuclear arsenal still encased in first-use doctrine, and imposed ruinous sanctions on nations designated as enemies. This horrific legacy remains very much alive within a still expanding imperial edifice tied to a permanent war economy, security state, hundreds of military bases scattered across the globe, and a growing presence in outer space. The U.S. military bases house what Chalmers Johnson calls a vigilant stratum of armed missionaries whose goal is not so much to spread American values as to help consolidate U.S. world supremacy in the shape of a neoliberal order. Once since the end of the Cold War, the U.S. has built a geopolitical strategy around the resource-laden. 242. 243. Middle East and Central Asia, reinforced by military and support facilities in Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, as well as Afghanistan, Iraq, Turkey, and the Balkans, bolstered through alliance with Israel. These bases appear more durable with each passing year, integral to economic and geopolitical agendas not likely to diminish for many decades, if ever. Within this Hobbesian milieu, as Johnson notes, militarism and imperialism are Siamese twins joined at the hip, two each thriving on the other. It is this pervasive, technologically sophisticated military presence rather than actual conquest of territory that now defines the modern American imperium, a ruthless system justified in the name of high-sounding virtues, peace, democracy, human rights, the rule of law. Yet it is these same virtues, as we have seen, that American global power has so routinely and recklessly subverted. For Washington elites, the dictates of national power trump those of international legality, as they must for a military behemoth striving for ever greater global advantage. The system, as I have argued throughout this book, draws its legitimacy from a complex ensemble of economic, political, cultural, and technological resources. 3. What is often called U.S. grand strategy is conceived as a means of creating a favorable balance of forces, that is, abundant space in which Western corporations can dominate and shape the world economy. Such an industrial and military behemoth cannot function at existing levels of growth without aggressive pursuit of natural resources, cheap labor, investment options, and political leverage, a stratagem shared equally by Democrats and Republicans. A problem for American society, however, is that such imperial reach demands concentrated state power that is sure to undermine most of what remains of American democratic institutions and practices. As Johnson persuasively argues in his book Nemesis, the consequences of empire predictably militate against a thriving, operational democracy. 4. At the same time, a growing culture of militarism has saturated American society as war dominates virtually every realm of public life. In a society addicted to war and beset with high levels of civic violence, where militarism approaches a kind of national mythology, legal and moral norms are all too often compromised. If, as Chris Hedges writes, war breaks down long-established prohibitions against violence, destruction, and murder, 5. Then perpetual war and the culture of militarism surrounding it is likely to embolden those. 243. 244. Lamentable features of U.S. international outlawry and criminality addressed in this book. Many optimistic Americans believed that the 2008 presidential campaign might signal dramatic changes in U.S. global behavior that would finally dispense with the cowboy image personified by George W. Bush. Of course, the candidacy of Senator John McCain offered Republicans the prospect of even grander illusions of Pax Americana at a time when conservative platitudes had lost much of their appeal. McCain relished tales of U.S. military heroics as he pressed for increased Pentagon spending, wider military deployments, and victory over surrender in Iraq, with a resulting U.S. occupation that could last many decades, perhaps 100 years. The Arizona politician, a Vietnam pal, staunchly backed every U.S. military intervention since World War II and seemed ready for military action against Iran, having famously sung "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran" on several occasions. a McCain presidency surely would have heightened U.S. militarism and outlawry, which he justified as part of an endless war on terrorism. Commenting on McCain's lust for war, Matt Taibbi wrote, "All they have left to offer is this sad, dwindling, knee-jerk patriotism, a promise to keep selling world politics as a McHale's Navy rerun to a middle America that wants nothing to do with realizing the world has changed since 1946. 6. However, whether either viable Democratic candidate, Senators Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama, could steer U.S. foreign policy in new directions was always highly problematic. After all, like McCain, they were financially and politically beholden to the same corporate interests, the same military-industrial system, the same security state, and the same Israel lobby. With only slight variations, they embraced identical visions of U.S. global supremacy. As mentioned earlier, an imperial democratic agenda was visible in Obama's call for increases in military spending, more deployments abroad, escalation of the Afghan war, a stepped-up war on terrorism, and seeming willingness to keep U.S. troops in Iraq indefinitely. And Obama did not rule out using military force against Iran. Clinton, the new Secretary of State, also stated that American bases should be maintained in the Middle East without time stipulations and, regarding Iran, reiterated that the Islamic State poses a threat to our allies and our interests. For these and the majority of Democrats, any rejection of Bush's foreign policy was purely instrumental, that is, opposition based on tactics and effectiveness. 244. 245. This book draws to a close by revisiting the nuclear issue as an especially defining, and fearsome, aspect of U.S. outlawry. As of early 2009, the Pentagon still had plans for a new generation of usable mini-nukes designed to meet specific contingencies, all the while retaining its Cold War first-use policy. Despite a series of post-war arms control measures, the U.S. still possesses an arsenal of several thousand warheads, far more than any conceivable military need. It is strongly allied with three countries, Israel, Pakistan, and India, that do not belong to the NPT and indeed stand in clear violation of its statutes. Ignoring the NPT, the U.S. has given India technological assistance to refine its outlaw nuclear program, while pretending not to notice Israel's even more threatening arsenal. Meanwhile, hypocritical threats from both the U.S. and Israel have been recurrently directed against Iran, an NPT member with a perfectly legal, non-military nuclear program. While officially opposed to WMD proliferation, in reality U.S. nuclear politics works mightily in just the opposite direction. Above all, any hopeful nuclear power is bound to be emboldened by the double standards emanating from Washington. Meanwhile, the U.S. moved to install missile shields in Eastern Europe, on the absurd rationale that Iran posed an imminent atomic threat to Europe. These plans were predictably received by Russia as both threat and provocation, a response widely held across Europe, where Iran is correctly viewed as having neither the intent nor resources to launch any long-range military attack. Although the shield was opposed by 70% of the Czech public, for example, it continued to be backed by Republicans and Democrats alike, with scarcely any debate or much awareness about the project in American society. 7. Little reflection is needed to see that it is neither Europe nor the US but Iran which faces the larger military threat, as it is surrounded by US armed forces and faces continuous rumblings from US and Israeli leaders about possible military intervention. One result is that both Russia and Iran have been thrust into a predicament where their own arms build-up makes abundantly good sense, especially at a time of perpetual NATO push eastward. According to the 2007 National Intelligence Estimate Report, Iran had actually halted its nuclear weapons program as early as 2003. Yet the Bush administration, determined to fix its military sights on Iran, went into large-scale denial, refusing the data of its own. 245. 246. Intelligence agencies. For Bush, Iran was more than ever a serious threat to world peace, a totalitarian menace to its neighbors and others, a source of aid and comfort to global terrorists. 8. For U.S. leaders, the Nye report was an embarrassment, as were similar reports by the IAEA indicating that Iran was not close to developing nuclear weapons and, in any event, remained fully within the NPT framework. Ignored by the US government and media was the undeniable fact that civilian nuclear projects had long flourished around the world, many with US blessings and assistance, even while some favored nations were permitted to build WMD arsenals entirely outside the NPT framework. Meanwhile, beneath the radar, the US has continued its drive toward military control of outer space, yet another program likely to accelerate global arms competition that could lead to nuclear weapons in space. In the Middle East, Washington's unwavering support of Israel means not only continued Palestinian oppression but endless warfare, spread of terrorism, and denial of a viable political solution, that is, more chaos and violence throughout the region. And nothing changed in the wake of the illegal and bloody Israeli assaults on Gaza in early 2009. More broadly, long before the advent of the Bush Doctrine, the U.S. proclaimed its right to militarily intervene anywhere in the world, on its own terms, even where that means violating international law. As for the UN, Washington has for several decades veered from one extreme to the other, doing everything possible to manipulate the body to serve its own interests, subverting or ignoring it when those efforts failed. 9. Further revealing its disregard for a long list of international rules and agreements, the U.S. remains stubbornly and tragically outside the Kyoto Consensus on global warming, obstructing the most hopeful worldwide initiative to reverse the ecological crisis, a dramatic case of the U.S. choosing to put its own industrial growth and corporate profits over environmental sanity. Despite a widely expected historic turn toward international legality following World War II, therefore, several decades later the grounds for optimism are slim, and will remain so as long as the U.S. stands outside the moral zeitgeist it so fervently championed in 1945 and that even now it ritually upholds as a watershed in the struggle for world peace. The sad reality is that, following Nuremberg, Washington has never supported an independent tribunal with jurisdiction over war crimes, crimes against humanity. 246. 247. And human rights abuses. Never has it departed significantly from its imperial modus operandi, local, ad hoc, victors' courts set up under U.S. aegis to punish its designated villains of the moment. Preferring an ethos of selective justice, the U.S. steadfastly ignored the International Criminal Court, justifiably fearful that such an impartial tribunal might be empowered to try American government and military personnel for war crimes. This is just one reason that hopes for prosecuting top Bush administration officials for war crimes in Iraq and elsewhere is now remote, as crude mock politic dictates U.S. global behavior, moral and legal principles wind up as so much empty rhetoric. Addressing this superpower morality, Michael Mondale underscores this imperial logic, wondering how a country so powerful as the United States submit itself to the democratic judgment of some impartial tribunal. 10. Such unrepentant outlawry is no recent development, as we have seen, but grows out of a long tradition of national exceptionalism endowing U.S. global ambitions with an arrogant self-righteousness. The question here revolves around just how long the world can survive this unrestrained outlawry, especially as U.S. hegemony faces new challenges by powerful rivals, not to mention escalating blowback in the form of insurgencies, local movements, and terrorism. By the year 2050 the four largest economies will be China, India, Japan, and the US, with rapidly growing nations like Brazil and Indonesia on the horizon. The balance of global power is destined to shift, even as Washington is sure to do all it can to retain military supremacy, giving rise to powerful economic and political challenges to U.S. international leverage and, eventually, to a multipolar world order. In this context the world can look forward to mounting resource wars, renewed arms competition, spread of WMD, and struggles to control outer space trends already set in motion. Faced with new threats to their hegemony, U.S. leaders might well resist any retrenchment or scaling back of imperial objectives, choosing instead a more defiant aggressiveness marked by Pentagon-built UPS, warfare state expansion, and new military interventions facilitated by the advantages of tech now are designed, among other things, to minimize American casualties. 247. 248. The Iraq venture by itself, projected by a congressional committee in fall 2007 to cost more than $1.5 trillion, has simultaneously mirrored and exacerbated these trends. According to Joseph Stiglitz and Linda Bilmes, the fiscal drain of Iraq could run eventually beyond $3 trillion, at least double what the Vietnam War cost Americans in taxes, deficits, and lost public services. 11. According to the Defense Monitor, the U.S. military budget for 2008 was projected at a mammoth $927 billion. 12. This staggering burden will be felt for decades, not only in the U.S. but worldwide. War and occupation have bequeathed astronomical public debt, chaotic oil prices, social and political instability, and lopsided economic development favoring military over civilian priorities, all thanks to ironclad bipartisan support, as Imperial Democrats ritually endorse every Pentagon deployment and allocation, their occasional timid reservations soon negated by the pressures of decision-making. Today the world order faces mounting economic, social, and ecological crises reflected in sharpening class differences, the impoverishment of billions of people, escalating levels of violence, a shriveling of citizenship, and likely irreversible destruction of the global ecology. As these crises ultimately intensify, will the U.S. willingly abandon its drive toward world domination or even its pursuit of military supremacy? The answer is sure to be, not likely. In that event, U.S. outlawry could reach frightening new levels, with no discernible global counterforce powerful enough to impose limits on the spread of WMD, space militarization, resource wars, crimes of aggression, and the cycle of militarism and terrorism. None of this bodes well for the future of international legality and peaceful relations among nations that just 6 decades ago was upheld as the great promise of Nuremberg, the UN Charter, and the Geneva Conventions. 248. Postscript, the routinization of mass murder. Long experience tells us that ordinary people from any background, especially after completing military training, can all too often calmly plan and / or carry out the killing of large numbers of unknown, faceless, innocent, and often defenseless human beings, whether by firing missiles, dropping bombs, shooting long-distance artillery shells, or simply engaging in high-tech ground combat. Many, from the upper echelon officer to the lowest grunt, have been capable of participating in massacres of civilians. Only rarely are questions of morality and legality posed, much less brought into a political or institutional matrix where perpetrators might be held accountable. Once a wartime enemy is portrayed as a sinister and threatening monster, efforts to kill inevitably become a matter of organization, technique, and planning, part of the everyday routines of obeying commands, fulfilling assigned tasks, ensuring that everything fits properly into a bureaucratic procedure and discipline. In some cases, killing sprees take on a spontaneous character outburst stemming from revenge, fear, hatred, and other psychological factors. U.S. history is replete with wartime circumstances where targets of military action are defined as subhuman, deserving of the most horrible fates: Native Americans, Filipinos, Mexicans, Japanese, Koreans, Vietnamese, Iraqis, Serbs. As on the American 19th century frontier, mass killing usually sanctioned from above can be understood as necessary, a moral imperative to ensure survival and even save civilization or democracy. Under such conditions, behavior that on rational grounds might be considered immoral and criminal can be seen as natural, logical, perhaps desirable. Within the post-war American culture of militarism, the killing of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of people, again, mostly authorized by government or military leaders, has taken on elements of the ordinary, where guilt and culpability are regularly eluded. One actions viewed from outside this paradigm as criminal or barbaric may seem rather normal, acceptable, even praiseworthy within it, part of a taken for granted universe of meanings. Ethical. 249. 249. 250. Discourses as such are roundly silenced, jettisoned from public view. Surveying the record of U.S. war crimes explored in this book, we can identify normalized criminal behavior such as the systematic bombing of urban centers, wanton attacks on civilians, use of weapons of mass destruction, free fire zones, relocations of local inhabitants, massacres, the torture and killing of prisoners, and of course military aggression itself. The vast majority of these episodes have been planned and sanctioned at the highest levels of government and military. Others have taken place within unwritten codes of regular armed forces conduct in the field. In Technower, as we have seen, the bulk of human activity is bureaucratic, rule-driven, and impersonal, transforming the end result into something rational where the carnage brought to victims has no physical, immediate, or emotional content. All personal initiative and with it all human vulnerability disappears within the organizational apparatus and the culture supporting it. The more developed the war machine, the more likely that the technocratic planner's ideology contains elaborate, specialized discourses with their own insular epistemology, devoid of ethical criteria. As Gibson argues in the context of Vietnam, Technower as a regime of mechanical power and knowledge posits the high-level command positions of the political and military bureaucracies as the legitimate sites of knowledge. Here bureaucratic language conveniently serves to obscure the reality of militarism and its victims with familiar references to the primacy of defense and national security, the need for surgical or precision strikes, the regrettable problem of collateral damage and self-inflicted casualties. Terms like incursion or armed response substitute for military aggression, body counts for mass slaughter, civilian militias for death squads, rendition methods for torture, and so forth. The very structure of language helps establish a moral and social gulf between perpetrators and victims, between war criminals and the crimes they commit. It seems to be a general rule, moreover, that those who plan do not kill, and those who kill are merely following orders, and they too are usually shielded from psychological immediacy by the mediations of technocratic warfare. At the same time, not all war crimes are extensions of Technower. In Vietnam, Iraq, and other locales massacres and similar atrocities have been indeed authorized formally or informally by military personnel in the midst of ground combat. The My Lai horrors are well known, but others like them occurred with some frequency in countries where U.S. armed forces have intervened or set up. 250. 251. Proxy operations. My Lai itself was part of a much larger search and destroy mission by American troops, whose standing orders were to obliterate any resistance or suspicious activity and whose well-known incentives were to maximize body counts in a setting where GIs assumed that virtually everyone was VC, or enemy. After troops used machine guns, grenades, and handguns to wipe out some 500 innocent people in the My Lai hamlet, the operation was defined as a great victory for Charlie Company by the Army officers in charge. It is a matter of record that neither Lt. William Calley nor any of the other participants expressed much emotional angst over what they did, echoing previous responses of U.S. military personnel after episodes like the massacres at Sand Creek and Wounded Knee, the mass killings at No Gun Ri in Korea, and the bombings at Tokyo, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki that received the blessings of God. Said Calley, I was just ordered to go in there and destroy the enemy. That was my job on that day. That was the mission I was given. Calley's response duplicated that of the Nazis at Nuremberg almost word for word. Referring to the seduction of battle, Hedges argues that war itself quickly and often breaks down moral and social barriers to extreme violence. It serves to brutalize human behavior, often turning unspeakable horrors into the ordinary, the acceptable. If superpatriotism, ethnocentrism, and racism often furnish the ideological backdrop of war crimes, the battlefield itself provides the emotional context. Warfare typically weakens long-standing prohibitions against violence and destruction, permitting virtually anything: executions, mass killings, rape, torture. As Hedges puts it, it takes little in wartime to turn ordinary men into killers, adding, there are always people willing to commit unspeakable human atrocity in exchange for a little power and privilege. For when military forces are energized by the moral certitude of their own cause, normative codes easily disintegrate along with the social fabric itself. In a crumbling and atomized milieu, dominated by highly armed and well-trained killers, brutalization often reigns. Whether directly engaged in battle, supporting its myriad logistical activities, or watching as distant but emotionally partisan observers, people gain permission to unleash collective anger at the designated wartime target. And tech now facilitates these psychological dynamics as it renders the combat operations as such both more deadly and more efficient. 251. 252. For human beings to reach the point where killing can become a routine, orderly, sometimes even rewarding part of an assigned mission, they must undergo what Richard Rhodes calls a brutalization process, a psychological conversion typically begun in armed forces basic training, or its equivalent, and then accelerated during combat. 5. The idea is to strip away moral and personal inhibitions so that troops will be prepared for a kill or be killed environment. Individuals must be socialized into an intensely conflicted milieu where the darkest human behavior can seem normal: violence, cruelty, hate, rage, traumas, insanity. From this point, the carrying out of atrocities becomes all the more thinkable as the brutalization experience knows few limits. Participants come to view extreme violence as simply part of an organizational task or in any event approved by military superiors. After all, basic training instructs all personnel to follow orders, under all circumstances, and wartime conditions permit no exceptions. Yet if the military culture tends to produce a universal inclination toward extreme violence, the U.S. Armed Forces have nonetheless occupied a special place when it comes to war crimes. There are several reasons for this, including the constant pressures of maintaining imperial hegemony, the duration, scope, and severity of transgressions, the unprecedented levels of armed might wielded by Washington, and a long history of evading legal accountability. Perhaps the best example of this special status is Vietnam. The U.S. brought more than a decade of death and destruction there to wage counterinsurgency warfare against the communist enemy. Repeated war crimes were an inescapable outcome of this protracted campaign, as we have seen. Atrocities like My Lai represent not so much isolated episodes of barbarism as a microcosm of the entire catastrophe. There were many instances of the sort, not to mention ongoing saturation bombing and chemical defoliation that in the end killed far more people than the accumulated local atrocities. As for My Lai itself, even before the massacre the leaders and soldiers of Charlie Company had been expanding their range of violent actions, one GI saying it came to the point where a guy could kill anybody. 6. There was so much hatred of the Vietnamese that ordinary soldiers felt ready to empty their magazines into the heads of women and children without much thought or emotional response. Far from sheer madness, such behavior was closer to the normal category in Vietnam, so that My Lai came as no great shock to those in the field. One sergeant was quoted as saying, "Before you leave here, sir, you're going to." 252. 253. Learn that one of the most brutal things in the world is your average 19-year-old American boy. 7. When the My Lai massacre unfolded, reports were that troops were shooting at everything in sight: children, men, women, and animals, all ready to follow orders as civilians were lined up to be murdered. Reports indicated that many took great pleasure in the slaughter. 8. Investigations into the My Lai massacre reveal that Charlie Company was indeed comprised of average soldiers who had become quickly integrated into the universe of search and destroy missions they were carrying out in early 1968. 9. As noted, standard orders were for soldiers to be aggressive and to maximize body count, orders that converged with a mood of revenge shared by GIs angry over VC attacks on their own units. Some men claimed that a superior, Lt. Col. Frank Barker, had issued commands to the effect that everyone in the hamlet should be eliminated, a charge denied by Barker. What is known is that Charlie Company entered My Lai with guns blazing, shooting at everyone and everything, some soldiers following organizational discipline and other behaving more or less spontaneously. As for Lt. Cali himself, he would later say that all orders were to be assumed legal, that a soldier's job was to carry out any order given to him to the best of his ability. 10. Like other similar episodes, My Lai can be described as a sanctioned massacre, that is, a form of ruthless, systematic mass violence carried out within combat operations that at least appear to be legitimate by superior command. 11. According to Kelman and Hamilton, sanctioned massacres ultimately depend on three interwoven organizational and psychological dynamics. First, they must be seen as authorized by superior officers, where questions of individual decision-making and moral choice appear decisively ruled out. As we have seen, military personnel are thoroughly trained in the practice of following orders, any failure to do so likely to be met, in wartime, with a summary court-martial or worse. Such orders, moreover, do not always have to be formal, they can be informal, a function of implicitly understood expectations or even the mood of the moment. Second, they are a product of routinization, above all the strong social and psychological pressures brought to bear on the battlefield. Troops are trained to focus on the immediate tasks at hand, the details of a job they are programmed to complete at the highest level, no questions asked or even permitted to be asked. It follows that combat operations can easily morph into indiscriminate. 253. 254. Killings, fitting the standard bureaucratic model of discipline rooted in established norms, rules, procedures, and discourses involving kill ratios and the like. Finally, they depend on the capacity of actors in the drama to objectify and dehumanize an enemy to the degree that ordinary moral criteria no longer apply. This is largely a function of well-honed propaganda that ideologically underpins the war machine. When U.S. forces attack other nations, their view of the local population will be shaped by a national chauvinism and perhaps even racism that sets up human targets for easier destruction. 12. It is fair to say that all three of these mechanisms were at work during My Lai and indeed through much of the entire U.S. military modus operandi in Vietnam. It is worth looking at the American public response to My Lai in the months following the massacre, for the aftermath speaks volumes about the ethnocentrism, double standards, and fetishism of violence embedded in the military culture, the same flaws Americans are quick to identify in other nations and cultures. At the outset, there is evidence that soldiers in Vietnam were versed in rules of engagement codified not only in international law but in the UCMJ itself, but combat troops up to the highest-ranking officers were commonly known to have laughed at such rules, considering them arcane, out of touch, irrelevant to conditions prevailing during heat of battle. This was not so much a matter of ignorance, therefore, but rather of indifference. More than that, soon after My Lai the Americall Division actually celebrated the atrocity as a victory for its high body count, while the commanding officers rapidly initiated a cover-up. 13. Knowledge of the massacre in Vietnam became widespread, but few military personnel expressed outrage. It was simply another mission, bloody, to be sure, but just another mission. One solider talked of reporting the episode to his congressman but was met with immediate threats, with Lt. Calley's men deciding to place a bounty on his head. 14. There would be no references to American war crimes in Vietnam, at least until independent reporters like Seymour Hersh could tell the story. As Michael Belknap shows in his exhaustive treatment of the events surrounding My Lai, the mainstream news media in the U.S. had little interest in dealing with the massacres. 15. Little outrage was visible among politicians, many siding with the perpetrators. Public opinion shaded from mild indifference to outright support for Lt. Calley and other soldiers of Charlie Company. Most Americans seemed inclined to voice at least one of several rationalizations. 254. 255. That My Lai was just a predictable outcome of war, that the enemy got what he deserved, that the VC itself was responsible because it hid amongst the inhabitants, that the commies in any case were doing worse things, and so forth. According to one Gallup poll survey in 1969, only 13% of respondents thought the GIs were guilty, the rest believing, no doubt, that Americans were not capable of such crimes. A Time magazine poll showed that a majority expressed sympathy for Lt. Calley. 16. President Nixon, calling my lie an isolated episode, expressed fear that giving too much public attention to the massacres would hurt the U.S. image and further erode popular support for the war. Rep. Don Fuqua introduced a resolution giving Lt. Cali an opportunity to present his case before a joint session of Congress. Well, after details of the massacre surfaced in the media, Lt. Cali enjoyed widespread backing by a public generally willing to give him every benefit of the doubt. When Tony Nelson's musical tribute to mass murder, the Battle Hymn of Lt. Cali, hit the airwaves, it sold more than 200,000 copies. Many believed Cali himself was the main victim who should never have been tried for war crimes. When Cali was eventually found guilty at court-martial, the verdict was overwhelmingly opposed by the American public. 17 The conviction brought outrage and protests, most urging that Lt. Cali be freed immediately or at least pardoned by Nixon. Several states passed resolutions favoring a pardon. In the 2 months following the trial, the White House received 200,000 letters in support of Lt. Cali, whose brief sentence for killing 21 civilians was served mostly under house arrest. Many media pundits and politicians argued that Cali, a mere platoon leader, was being scapegoated for atrocities endemic to the whole Vietnam campaign and for which higher-level officers and even government officials should have been culpable. The main argument here is that the vast majority of the American public, along with important sectors of the political, media, and military establishments, were little troubled by revelations of barbaric war crimes of which my lie was only the tip of the iceberg. Instead of moral opprobrium, there was a facile willingness to forget and move on, often reciting the fashionable platitude that, in the end, war is hell under all conditions, a refrain rightly condemned at Nuremberg. While the evidence against Lt. Cali was as solid as it could have been, Americans preferred to look the other way, believing that in the final analysis he was a good soldier just doing 255. 256. The best he could under extremely trying circumstances. My lie provides a fascinating case study, for it shows that the vast majority of Americans were willing to condone mass murder so long as it was committed by military personnel serving under the banner of their own country, that is, where the crimes could be overlooked because they fit a well-understood national agenda. In other words, when it came to a specific historical case, moral values immediately gave way to the pull of superpatriotism and ethnocentrism. All respect for international law was thrown to the winds. The example of my lie, indeed the entire Vietnam disaster, hovers over questions of precisely who might be guilty of war crimes and, equally important, who of those responsible for such horrors should be deemed most legally culpable. As we have seen, there are no quick and ready answers to such questions for, among other considerations, wartime conditions are so often filled with chaos and ambiguity as to resist categorical definitions. We know that at Nuremberg the precept was established that following the commands of a superior could not be invoked as a defense. All individuals, whatever their rank, were held responsible for making their own moral choices. The Allied prosecutors assumed that all Germans involved in the Nazi system could readily distinguish right from wrong, and could behave accordingly. Yet this precept that following orders is no justification for individual behavior is far too simplistic and unrealistic as a basis for determining guilt. In fact, the Allies essentially violated their own precept, choosing to prosecute only the highest echelon Nazis while sparing those lower on the chain of command owing to their supposed lesser accountability. That is, the tribunal recognized that following orders, as opposed to giving them, could be a mitigating factor in determining culpability. At Nuremberg, therefore, only a small number of leading Nazis was convicted of war crimes, a pattern of identifying and prosecuting only the main decision-makers that would be repeated at Tokyo and subsequent tribunals. This precedent makes abundantly good sense when one looks more closely at the conditions of warfare, as simple precepts and formulas about assigning guilt for war crimes quickly fall by the wayside. The first point to emphasize is the very chaos of most battlefield situations, where ordinary soldiers and even many officers are forced to make quick, life-and-death decisions at moments of great stress, and where, as under conditions of guerrilla warfare, it might be impossible to easily distinguish civilians from combatants. 256. 257. Chaos breeds rapid change, ambiguity, uncertainty, and of course fear. It is worth repeating here that all military personnel, whatever their rank, are trained first and foremost to follow commands and iron rule during combat, where operations depend on quick, disciplined, and collective responses to battlefield threats. The deeply ingrained practice of following orders is nearly always a necessity impervious to time-consuming questioning or debate. Any failure to follow orders in wartime, moreover, will be met with swift and severe punishment, summary courts-martial leading to dishonorable discharge, jail time, or even death. Even mild resistance to the unit's mission will typically produce ostracism, threats, harassment, and worse. The pressures to conform are overpowering. At the same time, during battlefield operations, ordinary troops have limited information and awareness about what is being planned or what, indeed, is even possible. The big picture perspective of events is usually monopolized by a few superior officers. It would be unreasonable to expect average grunts lacking experience, knowledge, and authority to make rapid moral and legal judgments regarding combat tactics. Thus, in the case of the November 2004 U.S. attacks on Fallujah in Iraq, troops were mostly told they were pursuing small pockets of insurgents who would be quickly defeated, when in fact the entire operation turned into a massive operation directed against virtually the entire civilian population and its infrastructure. Information about this latter phase of the operation was no doubt available to leading military planners but almost certainly not shared with ordinary troops. If we compare the Fallujah campaign with, say, that at Normandy, it is fair to assume the average soldier will have encountered few if any differences regarding available options. Once combat orders are given to ordinary troops, those troops are scarcely in a position to challenge their all-powerful commanding officers. It is easy enough to suggest that military personnel are willing participants in a vast criminal enterprise, but to expect individual or mass rebellion except under extreme conditions is far-fetched. Rebellion in the ranks has indeed taken place, but it is rare, and those involved have always paid a heavy price. At My Lai, most personnel involved in the massacre, including officers, said they were just following orders, but this defense could hardly be sustained once it was obvious the troops of Charlie Company were on a wild, bloody rampage against innocent and unarmed civilians that lasted for several hours. And indeed a few soldiers. 257. 258. Did refuse to participate, while the one soldier indicating he would report the atrocities was harassed and received death threats. With My Lai as an obvious extreme case, the larger task of ascertaining who is guilty of battlefield war crimes and to what degree is not always as straightforward as the laws of warfare might indicate. This takes us back to an earlier question: who precisely ought to be considered a war criminal? One strong principle should be that, where violations have clearly taken place, culpability increases as we move up the chain of command. Hence those responsible for setting policy, or for implementing it at the highest levels, should be found most guilty insofar as they have greater access to power and information and thus more capacity to determine another course of action. If we take Vietnam, for example, it was government and military leaders in Washington who initiated and prolonged the war, and it was the armed forces commanding heights in the field that shaped the overall battlefield conduct. The pacification campaigns, bombing missions, search and destroy operations, emphasis on body counts, indifference to rules of engagement, all this was the domain of General Westmoreland and his staff, along with dozens of field commanders. In Vietnam, the major war criminals were therefore Presidents Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon, their secretaries of defense and state, other cabinet members, top Pentagon officials, and leading field commanders, a list of perhaps 100 people. The original architects of this catastrophe, including liberal policy makers like Robert McNamara, Dean Rusk, Walt Rostow, and McGeorge Bundy, belong at the top of this list. A similar list could be compiled for Iraq, headed by Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, and Rice, and including top neocon figures like Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Pearl, and Scooter Libby. Leading propagandists in both cases would likewise find places on the list, keeping in mind that Nazi propagandist Julius Streicher was tried and convicted at Nuremberg. Crucial to remember here is that both Vietnam and Iraq constitute flagrant crimes of aggression, so that war planners are guilty not only of that transgression but of the many crimes that followed. As for a savage episode like My Lai, we have blatant war crimes for which all participants ought to be prosecuted, whether they gave or followed orders. An extended massacre of unarmed civilians in any context cannot be defended on the basis of ambiguous circumstances, threats to survival, battlefield stress, or following commands from superiors. 258. 259. A major problem with U.S. war crimes in general is that virtually everyone has managed to escape criminal liability, except in a few cases like My Lai and Abu Ghraib, where lower-level personnel were tried, convicted, and generally given light sentences. Another problem is the extent to which repeated violations of international laws and rules take on the character of normalcy within American society and political culture. The prevailing discourse says that only other nations can be guilty of transgressions, while Japanese leaders are routinely chastised for ignoring or denying their criminal past. Such normalcy is a product of the way in which the long record of U.S. outlawry has become taken for granted as part of the national experience. Returning the example of former Senator Robert Carey, the revelations of war crimes hardly disturbed the established rhythms of his professional and daily life. He was viewed as just another dedicated, hard-working American citizen who had fought for his country and perhaps made a few mistakes along the way, but in no way could be regarded a war criminal. Indeed, Carey, highly successful, looks and acts normal enough. So too do the vast majority of U.S. government and military elites who, in Nuremberg language, were willing, knowing, and energetic accomplices in a vast and malignant enterprise. 18. The Pentagon war machine has been led and staffed by ordinary folks with typically good educations, solid family backgrounds, nice manners, elevated cultural tastes, and even good intentions. The Vietnam War itself was engineered and planned not by revolting sadistic thugs or Hannibal Lecter-type psychopaths or even xenophobic right-wingers, but mostly by liberal, cultured, urbane, visionary government officials, many of them celebrated academics. Persico writes that the Nazi defendants at Nuremberg also looked and acted in every respect ordinary, with the exception of the massive, gruff, red-faced Ernst Kaltenbrunner, a Nazi from central casting. In fact, few Nazis looked like sadistic monsters. As Persico comments, it would be hard to pick out most of these men as war criminals from a gathering of Rotarians or accountants. 19. Thus Albert Speer came across as just another intelligent, refined businessman, someone who could have been an executive at General Motors instead of a willing accomplice in a vast and malignant enterprise. Given the long history of U.S. militarism, along with the immense scope of American global power today, no one should be astonished to find the most terrible deeds engulfed and camouflaged by bureaucratic structures and legitimating ideologies that seem commonplace and rational enough on the surface. Nor should 259. 260. Anyone be surprised to discover that such deeds have been planned and or carried out by otherwise exemplary citizens. Obedience, violence, national chauvinism, even racism are built into the very logic of an imperial system. This recalls Hannah Arendt's famous commentary on the Adolf Eichmann trial and Nazism in general. The Nazis too were viewed internally as normal in their multiple criminal operations, and most indeed led normal lives. Writes Arendt, the trouble with Eichmann was that precisely so many were like him, and that the many were neither perverted nor sadistic, that they were, terribly and terrifyingly normal. 20. At the end of World War II, the Army Air Force crews that brought atomic destruction to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing more than 200,000 innocent civilians, were comprised of highly competent, stable, dedicated military personnel, all convinced they were doing the right thing. Said Paul W. Tibbets Jr., pilot of the Enola Gay that bombed Hiroshima, "I never lost a night's sleep over it. As would later be the case in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and other theaters of U.S. war crimes, the people committing atrocities from bottom to top, with few exceptions, believed they were doing the right patriotic thing, possibly even ordained by God, scarcely giving a second thought to their actions. All this raises the fascinating question as to whether most people involved in committing war crimes might be labeled psychopaths, that is, psychologically deranged to the extent of being able to routinely or casually torture, rape, or kill other human beings. Nazis and other fascists were often believed to fit this category, as well as many tyrannical leaders like Stalin, Mao, and Saddam Hussein. Psychopaths are generally thought capable of carrying out the most heinous crimes, including genocide and ethnic cleansing, without feeling much if any guilt. In other words, such perpetrators lack a normal conscience. David Model identifies President Bush as a psychopath for his cruel and senseless Iraq venture. 21. Whether perpetrators of war crimes, including mass murder, are often psychopaths may be difficult to ascertain in particular cases, but what seems clear is that those involved, government and military leaders, troops in the field, propagandists, even supporters among the general population, typically rationalize those crimes within definite ideological frameworks: patriotic duty, a superior national mission, confronting perceived threats, and so forth. If such beliefs are strongly and frequently propagated within the political system, mass media, education, and other venues of opinion formation, they can provide an effective interpretive. 260. 261. Framework within which outlawry and criminality can be justified and legitimate. In this context, the deeds are not really viewed as crimes so much as accepted praiseworthy behavior for which honors and medals are awarded. Where legitimating beliefs are internalized throughout a community of interests, as is often the case in the military, their psychological force on the individual will be all the more powerful and difficult to resist. In the midst of warfare, deeds typically regarded as abnormal or criminal might well be seen as routine, possibly heroic. While it might be tempting to blame psychopaths for monstrous atrocities and other crimes, American history reveals a more common, mundane source: the very patterns of activity that correspond to the requirements of an aggressive imperial war machine. 261.